I will call this meeting of the Craven County Board of Education to order. Like to apologize. At this time, we will not be able to begin the meeting at 8:30 because some of our board members have not arrived as of yet. And so we're going to take a break until 9 o'clock. By that time, the other members will have arrived. I do apologize for the lateness of this meeting today. And at this time, I'll ask Dr. Board to give us a roll call.
Good morning, Chairman, Vice Chair, members of the board. Ms. Frances Boomer,
Here.
Ms. Naomi Clark, Mr. Victor Dove,
Here.
Mr. Carol Ipock,
Present.
Ms. Stephanie King, Ms. Kelly Muse. Here. Ms. Kimberly Smith.
Here.
Chairman, we have a quorum. We have 5 members present, 2 absent, who both have indicated they would be a little bit late this morning.
Okay, thank you. And at this time, I will remind us that we cannot make an amendment to the agenda because this is a special call meeting. So at this time, I would like to get a motion to adopt the April 28th, 2021 special call Board of Education meeting agenda for the organizational review.
So moved.
Can I get a second?
Need a second?
Second.
Right. In a second, that the special call meeting agenda be adopted as printed for April 28th, 2021. We have been moved and second. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor? All those opposed? Ayes have it.
Aye.
The agenda is adopted. And at this time, I would like to turn everything over to Dr. Doyle. I made the recommendation that we do receive the April 28, 2021 report for the district progress toward achieving its goal from the superintendent and superintendent's cabinet. I'd like to remind us that this is our 3rd organizational review for the 2021 school year. Dr. Doyle, you are in charge.
Thank you.
I'd like to make one more announcement for our safety. We are still under the CDC regulations. We're asking everybody to please keep your mask on even while you're talking, as you do your presentation, even as you ask your questions. So please keep your mask on. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the board, and members of the public who are listening, as well as our attendees in the room. At this time, we are going to present our organizational review, which, as Chairman Boomer mentioned, is the 3rd for this school year. The organizational review will consist of presentations by all of our district cabinet members today. Just want to make a few comments before I start. We received some feedback last time about the organizational review, and I want to let you know that we have taken that feedback seriously. One, that the board should have the documents in a timely fashion. All board members received the documents on Friday. Presenters should be giving us next steps. You'll see both what we have worked on since the last organizational review, as well as our so what. And I know that that's something that our board has asked for as well. And just to clarify, so what is what our next steps are, what we are planning to do to continue to address the data that we'll share with you today. Graphs need to be enlarged so that folks can see them. And so we've worked hard to make sure that the formatting in the presentation is such that you are able to see. You also should have a hard copy in front of you so that you can review those pages as well. Also received feedback that there was too much information last time. And so you'll see in today's presentation that the data has been pared down and as concise as possible, but enough to provide an update about what the status of the system is. And we will make sure that Dr. Diggs gets her fair share of time today, make sure that she is highlighted as one of our presenters. That was in some other feedback that we got. Dr. Diggs did present last time, but she is going to obviously be a part of our presentation today as well. So what is the purpose of today's presentation? The purpose is for us as a school system and administrative staff leadership of the system to provide an update of where we are today with achieving the district's goals. It's an assessment of our capacity as a district to achieve its strategic goals to identify strengths and opportunities for district-wide improvement, which we are constantly doing in alignment with the board's policy, focusing our work on continuous improvement and in making sure that we are providing the very best education for all of our students. And so we're required to report on progress towards district goals to the board and other stakeholders quarterly, and this is the third of those reports today. This is just a review of our goals. We have 5 goals that were established by our strategic planning group now over 3 years ago, or around 3 years ago. And we have combined the first and third goals because the learner obviously is not just our students, but every person in our system. Every one of us is a learner. We have learned a great deal this year, as we have in previous years. But also, the focus of our work is on how we make sure learning happens, and that's what's with teaching and learning. And you'll see those goals, as I said, combined. We're trying to improve our school performance, which is designated by the state's measures, and graduating all of our students college and career ready. Those are the key goals in these 2 areas. Also, the educator. This has been a great deal of discussion for our system for several years, that we are really trying to reduce our turnover rate and to ensure that we have the most highly qualified, professional, and diverse educators in front of our students every single day, but also that all of our staff is diverse, from our leadership all the way to every job that we have in Craven County schools. Community engagement and leadership is our 4th goal, and it's talking about how we will lead and model civic engagement through open and aligned communication and relationships across our community. Here we're trying to create a community engagement system that supports our strategic plan and really engages our community partners in our work to the benefit of our students and the outcomes that we're trying to achieve for those students. We're trying to make sure that all of our system has high levels of customer satisfaction, and recognizing that our customers are not just our students and their families, but also our staff as well. And also that we will report improved communication with the school system. And so as you've seen this year, many of the things that we've done have tried to add to our communication in multiple different formats. And we're continuing to learn about how to do that best from our stakeholders and from receiving feedback and using that to drive continuous improvement. Finally, 5, operations and resources. The board has been greatly involved in the facilities part of this work in the last several months, but it also talks about our systems approach to achieving performance excellence, again, in alignment with the board's policy for continuous improvement, and our approach to strategic planning and continuous improvement. Also, making sure that our core IT infrastructure, a great deal of work has been done by our Chief of Systems and Operations, Mr. Lee, as well as his staff, to improve the infrastructure of our information technology to make sure that we can deliver instruction, especially during challenging times. That our facilities meet all of our safety standards, and that our employees are rating our school facilities to be safe, inviting, and appropriate for learning. And again, that is the goal that our board is heavily engaged in right now with our long-range facility master planning work. So each time that I've presented in front of you, we've provided information and an update on accreditation. I want to let the board know that the accrediting agency, which is now called Cognia, has recommended, and we will be having a new review date, which will push our accreditation out. Yes.
Could you say that name again, what they're called now?
Cognia. So they changed from Advance Ed to Cognia. It's still the same organization. The name has just changed. But at our last review, we received 4 different improvement priorities that we needed to address to continue to meet the standards for accreditation. And just as a reminder, that last review happened in the spring of 2017. So one of those improvement priorities was to design, implement, and monitor a system-wide continuous program of professional learning that builds capacity among staff and is aligned to the system's purpose and direction, which would be our vision, mission, and our goals. So the steps that we've taken to address that particular priority is that we have aligned our strategic plan and we are working on continuous improvement. We've aligned to a systems approach for continuous improvement, which will include feedback for our offerings for 21-22. So we've asked for feedback from multiple sources. We're also using teacher working condition survey data to assist in that. Coaching and supporting to build capacity for improvement system-wide in multiple levels of the system, to include classrooms, schools through cabinet members at the cabinet level, and the Board of Education is also engaged in that work. And our summer professional learning calendar is aligned to system goals and key strategies as well. The next priority was for our system to develop, implement and evaluate a rigorous, vertically and horizontally aligned K-12 curriculum that ensures high expectations for all students to become career, college, and citizenship ready. We have adopted an aligned core curriculum set of materials in K-5 reading and in 6-12 math. We have had the development of aligned pacing documents for a couple of years in K-12 ELA, math, and in science in grades 5, 8, and biology, and we're working to add additional grades in those subjects. We're currently in the revision process of those pacing documents based on teacher feedback for the 21-22 school year, and our district coaches are helping to solicit that feedback through multiple methods of communication. Also, we have an aligned benchmark assessment system, which is being revised as well based on teacher feedback for the 21-22 school year. As a reminder to the board, this year, obviously we want this assessment system to be predictive, but because of the nature of the school year we've had and the nature of changes that we've had to instruction and in-person versus hybrid versus remote instruction, that assessment system has created more questions for us in terms of how do we move forward for the next school year. It's not predictive because the instruction that we have received this year for students has not been consistent in terms of 180 or 185 days or 1,026 in-person instructional hours for every student because of our circumstances. So our benchmark system for this year has really been used to inform improved learning, not as much to be predictive of what is going to happen at the end of the year on end of grade and end of course assessments. Most of the direction that we're hearing from the State Department of Public Instruction, as well as discussions that are happening in the region, deal with what does that mean for this year's results. And in terms of this year's results, we're really setting a new baseline. We're kind of starting from this level, and then we will be growing, hopefully, and we'll be growing greatly from this school year. But this school year cannot be compared to any previous school year because of, again, the total change in how instruction has been delivered over the last really more than 12 months. And then development and implementation of new curriculum adoption process, which is currently being used for K-5 math adoption. So we have a process where we seek input, use criteria from our key stakeholders, the people who are doing the work, to establish those criteria, and then use that criteria to begin vetting resources for adoption. And that will be something that comes to the Board of Education in the next couple of months, hopefully sooner than plural months. The next improvement priority is to develop, implement, and evaluate a systemic and systematic process to formally and consistently monitor instructional practice with fidelity to ensure alignment with the system's purpose and direction to improve student learning. Our board, our system has recommitted to systemic and systematic processes to formally and consistently monitor instructional practice with fidelity. And fidelity is something that we're working on at Central Services with our work with key strategies, but also working to begin helping our schools to learn how to and get even better with monitoring for fidelity of key strategies like the use of our benchmark assessment results to inform learning, the use of our pacing guides for planning. And that work is critical. It seems sometimes very simple, but that is the key work that is going to get the results for our students. We've increased the number of classrooms implementing teaching and learning best practices with the goal of teaching students how they learn best in alignment with the system's mission. And then finally, the last improvement priority was to develop, implement, and evaluate formalized processes, practices, and procedures to review, revise, and communicate the systems process for student success that is data-driven, engages all stakeholder groups, and requires all school purpose statements to align with the system's purpose. As you know, and I've said this many times, we engaged a 62-member diverse community stakeholder group in the development of our vision for public education, which is on our wall here. We've aligned our strategic plan with all of our school improvement plans. We've re-engaged in data-driven decision-making. That's not just about student achievement data, but it's also about stakeholder satisfaction data and stakeholder feedback data to inform processes and decisions. We've annually revised our strategic plan goals, measures, and key strategies, and we're in the process now of receiving feedback on this year's plan to inform our leadership academy, or our leadership, summer leadership for our school leaders this summer, so that we can start them off on the best possible footing before school starts, and they can get their own leadership teams in alignment. And then we've started school improvement team coaching from district leaders to foster alignment and fidelity, again, with the key strategies, key measures, and processes that are going to result in improved student outcomes. Also, since the last time, we talked a little bit about what we were planning with summer leadership, or with our leadership academy, but you'll hear from Dr. Miller the work that has already been done there. As I mentioned in the previous slide, we've also engaged in school improvement coaching at increasingly higher levels. And this is work that we are learning to do, and do with fidelity and consistency among the coaches. And it is informing the work that we are doing on school campuses as well. Another huge improvement, I think, has been customer listening. And you can see here on this slide that we have the four kind of areas of our goals. We have created a great deal of work and made a lot of decisions this year based on customer listening. As you all know, because of the information that you provided to us, we made some changes. We received feedback through surveys about our academic calendar. The board gave feedback to make some further adjustments. We made those adjustments, sent out more opportunities for input, and then the board has adopted a calendar based on that input. Goal team training, for example, Dr. Tasha Diggs has conducted training for her goal team specifically, the College and Career Ready goal. And that goal team training got such positive feedback that that's something that we're going to do for all the goal teams. And what Dr. Diggs did was post all the goal team managers from all of the schools, particularly at the elementary and middle level, to assist them in understanding what college and career readiness looks like at the elementary and middle level, again, to align those processes up to graduation, which is what we're aiming for every child. Our math K-5 curriculum adoption process, we've received feedback both from cabinet, but also from a group of K-5 teachers on what were the biggest priorities for them in terms of what we should be looking for in the adoption of a math curriculum. They've provided that information, and now we're in the throes of selecting vendors to have presentations from based on those teachers' criteria. We've provided flexibility with the last benchmark in all content areas. We received feedback from our school leaders as well as from teachers that our last benchmark was a source of some anxiety. It's interesting because we gave them the flexibility, but I've heard many schools are using that benchmark, but using it in a way instead of to measure themselves across the district, but to measure themselves against themselves and to see where they can use that data to inform their review as they get ready for the end of grade and the end of course tests. Under the educator, a great deal of work has been done by Dr. Miller. Customer satisfaction, first of all, we received our customer satisfaction survey. We presented those results the last time. One of the areas of work was for training. And so each of the different department heads have gone out to try to seek input specifically about what training that our principals are looking for in those departments or from those departments. Dr. Miller has hosted and facilitated 2 virtual career or recruitment fairs for Craven County Schools early in the year this semester. and has used guidelines that were created by the principals as our expectations for how we should host and greet and work towards recruiting our candidates for employment in Craven County. Leadership Academy has used a great deal of customer listening in both defining professionalism, as we are still in the midst of doing. That was an issue that has come to the top of our areas of concern, but also in what is the profile of a Craven County Schools teacher. And so that listening is ongoing and will inform how we recruit and also really communicate expectations in our district. And then finally, we've just received input from our school principals about the topics that they want to see at summer leadership, which were remarkably aligned. And so our leaders at each of our levels, assistant principal, principal, and directors are giving us feedback about how we can make sure that we develop professional learning that suits their needs, but also is in alignment to the district's goals and strategies. Also with community engagement and leadership, Ms. Wagner has done a great deal of work with the district concern process and gotten a lot of feedback, and I'm not going to steal her thunder, but I am going to steal one little bit of thunder from her. Last year, you know that, and there was a great deal of national recognition for the work that was done by our principals and with the assistance of Ms. Wagner, with recognition for our seniors in the difficult year that they had had. This year, we said in cabinet, well, we probably don't want to do the same thing, but we need to get some input from students about what they want. And so Ms. Wagner did a great job. And she said that was one of the highlights that she's had this year, is really talking to students about what they wanted, just to be recognized for the challenges that they've endured this school year as seniors in Craven County's class of 21. And then finally, in operations and resources, Mr. Lee has ensured, and he may share a little bit more about this, information from our staff about what devices they want as we start thinking about refreshing teacher and staff devices. The principals meeting involves a feedback process at the beginning of each meeting where we do pluses and deltas. In the fall, those pluses and deltas were both full. And we've transitioned to a situation where we're getting a lot more positive feedback, and the deltas are areas where we need to answer questions or provide specific and more targeted support for issues that folks might be confronting. And our principals have done a great job of sharing those that feedback. Symptom monitoring survey data. We sent out a survey to our community, parents and our staff, asking them, as the CDC and the Department of Health and Human Services change their guidelines for how we should or whether we need to continue to do symptom monitoring. We thought that we needed to make sure that we understood what the feelings were of our parents and our staff around those processes, acknowledging that it's hard work. It's adding to the workload of our teachers and all of our staff. It's not just our teachers, but definitely the teachers bear the largest burden. We were very surprised by this data. 61% of our parents, and we had about 1,900 respond, and about 58% of our staff said they wanted to continue with symptom monitoring. But we acknowledged that about 40% of both groups did not want to. And so we made some adjustments and reduced the amount of symptom monitoring we were doing, taking away the midday checks and some other things to try to make things a little bit easier. And so we've tried to listen. We acknowledge, and this is kind of where our world is today, that there's so much disparity in opinion about some of these things, and everyone is ready to get back to normal, that we've got to acknowledge both what the majority of folks want, but also that there's a large minority of people who want something different and trying to make adjustments around that. And then also trying to do our school improvement coaching and getting plus deltas during that coaching, but also giving feedback during that listening as well. So with that, unless I have some questions, I'm happy to take them. I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Wagner, who is going to begin goal 4. So we're going to continue with this theme of listening.
Anybody have any questions at this time about these particular goals?
And we're going to disconnect Mr. Silvera, so Mr. Silvera can take over and move things along. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
That was a great segue to goal 4 for community engagement and leadership. All of our work under each goal is very and extremely important. And Dr. Doyle shared an emphasis on listening to all. So it's very intentional with our focus across the district. So Stephen, I'm going to ask, is there a way that you can make that bigger, or is that the best that you can display it? Okay,
We can put it back.
It's
this way
okay.
if that would be better.
I'll use my notes in front of me. So under goal 4,
Actually, hold on. I do want to make sure the board can see. So we're going to switch back to this, if you don't mind, Mr. Silvera, so we can make sure it's big enough. Let's see if we can- okay. Yes, there you go.
okay.
There we go. You can just switch. Maybe. Huh? It was just keep, I'll press it. Just tell me.
Okay,
Well,
great.
hold on a second.
We can read it from our hard copies, Ms.
Go ahead.
Wagner.
Okay.
It's big enough to read from our hard
Can you
copies
see?
Yes, I will use my notes in front of me.
right in front of us.
Yeah, no, I'm saying, can you see?
So under goal 4, Craven County Schools will develop, monitor, maintain, and continuously improve a community engagement system, which is really important because it's going to support and inform our work with our strategic plan, as well as our school improvement plans. And all district level operational units will report high levels of customer satisfaction, which is always our goal. So based on the last time I had an opportunity to present to you, can you change it to the next slide? Thank you. Here are areas for our improvement opportunities, our strategies, and our targets. So based on the district customer satisfaction results, which have been shared with all of our divisions as well as our department, and that data, thank you, has been analyzed through our goal teams, and we have identified opportunities for improvement. And all of us take this feedback very personally because we want to be very successful. And so we want it to be 100%. So the area in which we saw was our lowest, not only at the district level, but for many of our departments, was in regards to systematic training. So all of us have intentionally, through our goal teams, gone back to get feedback in regards to see the areas in which we could provide that. And our audience, of course, and our customers are our schools. We also want to create a schedule in regards to having systematic training for the upcoming school year for new hires, because we don't want anybody to fall through the cracks. So as we're getting people coming on board, we want to make sure that they're getting the training that they need to be successful throughout the school year. And again, that's for all of our schools. We also want to utilize our teacher working conditions survey. This data is so great and it's got so much value to it because it's an opportunity for our teachers every other year to provide us feedback from leadership all the way to culture and climate, as well as to safety. So it's really important, not only at the district level, but also at the school level, that our goal teams are utilizing this data to not only have improvements, but also celebrations as well, because we want to have recognitions for rewards as well, because we've got success that we also want to be able to celebrate also. So we want to train our principals and our school improvement teams on how to utilize this data and how important and valuable it is. And also to be able to have measures to show when they're using it so that they can show their staff that their voice matters, okay? So we're gonna be very intentional when we have this during our summer leadership. The district will also provide district concern process training. And as Dr. Doyle has shared, I've had an opportunity to be able to visit our schools. We've started with our internal stakeholders. And so I hope that our teachers and our school staff appreciate that they're getting this information first, and also that they're getting it in person. So there's also that personal touch to it as well. So they have an opportunity not only to be able to hear the process, but also to ask questions while I'm there. And that is also with all of our stakeholders. So Our action from the results of the district customer satisfaction survey. So you have the data. 85.4% of our respondents agreed or strongly agreed that all departments provide systematic training. But we really wanted to focus, as I mentioned, to get that up, to have it closer to 100%. So we intentionally focused on the 14.6% of our respondents that did not agree. So as an example, Jason Griffin has done a really good job, and these are just two examples, through elementary education in regards to providing training. And a lot of times we've been following each other, not on purpose, but I'll be there doing the district concern process training, and then he'll be coming in to be able to provide training also. So some of the training that he's been providing has been Title I, Lexia, Freckle Math, and Star Reading. And another area in which public relations wanted to focus on from the feedback that we received is that we learned through our communication tools that our schools needed assistance when it came to the website. So Ms. Verano has been very helpful in regards to doing website training for our webmasters and also for our principals so that they can make sure that that resource is up to date and current, because we know, especially from a teacher recruitment position, how important it is to make sure, since that's the first stop for many of our people to look when they're interested in coming to our school system. And all of the feedback has been extremely positive. We've been collecting plus deltas along the way. And so through our PDSA cycle, we've been utilizing that information to make improvements along the way, but also to celebrate the feedback that we're getting. And again, the most positive feedback that we've been getting is that it's been face-to-face. And I've also enjoyed having the opportunity to get back out to our schools. During COVID, it's been very hard not to be able to be with our people. So this has been very nice. So focusing on listening. I know that the board has also done a really good job in regards to listening when it comes to feedback, but so has the district goal team. And these are some of the ways in which we've done it. And these are examples that I use too when I go out and do the district concern process training, is our surveys. You know, as Dr. Doyle mentioned, we've had the feedback that Dr. Diggs did through our academic calendars. We also were very intentional in regards to virtual learning for next year to see the feedback in regards to if our parents were interested in having that platform for next year. Also, we've gotten feedback internally in regards to our summer programs. So we're really trying to focus on listening to our customers. Another is the district concern process. So that is something that we're currently doing, and it's action. It's happening now. Okay, so it's not just something that we're talking about, we're actually doing it. We've also done teacher and leader voice and implementation of our state directives. And an example of that is our summer school. And our teacher focus group. Dr. Miller has done a really good job with this in regards to gaining feedback in various areas in which she's needed it to drive for a successful and great school year coming up. So I know that we're working and already focusing on 21-22. So the district concern process training, I actually have an update for you since this was created, but all departments and divisions have been trained except for 2. And my goal is to make sure that I reach those before the end of this school year. And when I've actually been to 13 schools that have completed the training, and I've got 2 more today. So I'll actually have an opportunity to reach all 25 of our schools before the end of the school year. The training for the schools in the department will definitely happen. And as we talked about earlier, that I'll make sure that our new hires also will be able to get this information because it's so important that they have it as well. And our feedback from the training. It's been very interesting from each school to see the plus deltas, and then also to be able to utilize this information to be able to make this the best experience for our schools. A lot of the positive feedback that I have received has been that their voices are heard, okay? And that they have examples of the process in action. Also, they like that there's a chain of command, so they know exactly who to contact if they have a question or a concern. And that's from the superintendent all the way to facilities. And that the information is also available online on our website. So the overview that I provide in the training, as well as the flow chart and the chain of command, is there for them to be able to access if they ever need to go back or to point somebody in the right direction if they have somebody who could potentially have a question or a concern. And the other thing that I think is important in regards to the Delta that we're receiving is that it's all actionable feedback. So while I appreciate hearing the things that we can do better, one of the things that I heard from the first trainings that I did is that they would have liked to have had a paper copy. Well, that was something simple and something that we could definitely fix. So from every training then on out, everybody has received a paper copy of the flow chart for the district concern process. And I know that they appreciate having it during that training. And I share with them that they're not responsible for keeping up with that piece of paper because we know how that can be. But then I share, of course, how it is electronic as well, and that it is available on the district website. And the other feedback that I've gotten that has also been interesting is that our schools want to know when our parents will also receive this information. And I've shared with them how important it is that they receive it first. And one of the things too that we do that's very intentional in regards to when we receive concerns and questions is that we always ask, especially if it's a parent that calls, is if this person's had an opportunity to speak with the person that they're calling about at the school level. So the schools really appreciate that because, again, we want the person closest to the work to be able to have the opportunity to provide the feedback. So here is the data that I'd like to share with you in regards to our district concern process since we've gone electronic and transitioned to this. And this was probably back since our last organizational review. And you can see where the concerns have originated from. And the majority of them have been from Craven County Schools. And so that was here with administration and primarily curriculum and instruction. And then the second highest was elementary and middle. The next is the stakeholder count by type. And our parents are the highest stakeholder group that we've heard from in regards to when we have questions and concerns, which is not surprising because they're our primary customers, right, along with our students. And so I also have a breakdown for you for the total number of concerns. And with the work that we've been doing during the semester, it's not surprising that the calendar was the hottest area in regards to having questions and concerns. And that concludes the information that I had to update you on today in regards to Goal 4 for community engagement and leadership. And at this time, if you have any questions, I'll be happy to take them.
I would like to make a comment. I do have a question.
Sure.
Thank you for putting the number above the chart. That was good for me to see.
Good.
I thought that was very beneficial. I would like, and you may have already done this, the summer school program, because a lot of times parents get confused about summer school. Have they received information yet?
And Dr. Diggs, will you be sharing any of that information today?
Okay, that's fine. Okay.
I don't want to steal her thunder.
No, I just, okay.
She's worked very hard and it's been a huge undertaking.
And I like the fact that you went back the 14% of the 14.5 who were not satisfied, that you went back to see what we could do to
Yes,
bring them up.
absolutely.
I like that part also. That's all I have.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Beams.
For everything. I do have a couple questions, sir. What structures are in place to determine customer satisfaction?
So we actually have a survey that is actually distributed to our school leaders to be able to gauge their satisfaction with central office. And it actually also does a breakdown for each department as well and division.
Okay. And how is improved communication reported by students, staff, families, and communities?
So how do we gauge? Communication is something that's really hard to gauge in terms of having an opportunity to be able to see how we're doing better. So that's something that we can look at when we do our accreditation process in terms of gathering that feedback from all of our stakeholders to make sure that we have an area in regards to communication.
Okay. And we talked about our customers being our schools. I think our customers are more than just our schools. It's actually our whole community because we have so many children that are being born every day that are going to end up, hopefully, in our school system. So I see it as our entire community of Craven County being our customer. Because, you know, I mean, we ask for community support, we ask for business support, we ask, you know, so I look at it a little broader.
Yeah, and when
Does that
I,
make sense?
yes, absolutely. And when I shared the segment specifically that we were focusing on in regards to our parents and our students, I didn't mean to eliminate any of our other customers. So I was just talking about that segment specifically. So yes, we recognize all of those as our customers and our stakeholders as well. Thanks. Any other questions?
Thank you. Wonderful presentation.
Thank you so much.
I'm good.
Anybody else have any questions? Thank you, Ms. Wagner, for that great presentation. Seems like we got some good things in place. We appreciate that.
Thank you very much. And I'll bring up Ms. Lee.
Good morning. How's everybody today?
Fine, thank you.
Well, thank you for the opportunity to update the board and the public at large on where we are as far as goal 1, which is the learner. Our main goal for the learner is that our goal is that 100% of our schools be designated with a school performance grade of A or B by the state of North Carolina. Now, we all know that this year, that is a metric that we may not get, but we still have that as our goal for the future. And our second one is goal 3 that I'll be talking about, teaching and learning. And our Craven County schools will develop, monitor, maintain, and continuously improve a curriculum, instruction, and assessment system that results in our schools being designated as an A or B school by the North Carolina School Report Card. And again, that metric may not happen this year because of the interruptions in schooling, but that still is our overall goal. I want to jump right into some data for you today. And the first piece of data is from our English 2 end of course first semester. So the children that were enrolled in the English 2 course in the fall did take the end of course test at the end of the semester, and it is broken down into 4 subdomains. They are tested in language, reading for literature, reading for information, and in writing. And if you look at that, you can see that our data for the first 3 hovers around that 50% mark, give or take a little bit. The significant area of concern is our writing. And at 38.5, that truly is an area of concern for our English 2 students. So I do believe that this is indicative of the lack of reading foundations for spelling instruction that should and has not happened at the foundational level for a myriad of years. So I do believe that that data will improve as the foundational skills of our students are better developed as they go through the years. I'm sorry, foundation. So our goal is that all children develop the reading and spelling skills that they need so that they are reading on grade level by the time they enter 3rd grade. So it's really those K2 fundamental skills. If they don't have those skills, it's very difficult for upper elementary and middle school to teach a more complex phonics or spelling patterns if they don't have the foundational.
K-2 is what you were referring to.
Yes, sir. And this is a K2 middle of the year microphase data. This comes from our EL curriculum. And this data is telling us how kids write words from memory. So the teacher dictates a word and then children are asked to write it on a piece of paper. Once that's over, the teachers have been trained to analyze the data or the student's writing and determine where in these microphase they may fall. If you look at that, you can see that there are 3 benchmarks. End of year for kindergartners falls after middle partial alphabetic. The end of the year for first grade falls after middle full alphabetic. And then the end of year for second grade is after middle consolidated alphabetic. Now, each of those areas are delineated by skills that children should learn prior to each of these kind of these benchmarks. If you look at that, you can see that the younger our children are, the more the better they are doing on this type of analysis. So our kindergartners are certainly getting to the part. Now this data was taken from January. So of course it's now April, but we only do this 3 times a year. So the most recent data is the January data. And so children could have grown significant amounts between January and where we are today in April. But this is teaching kids how to read and how to use the skills that they do to access their text. We have learned in this pandemic that teaching young children to read virtually is very difficult. It has been difficult, and kinder, first, second grade students really need the face-to-face instruction to be able to practice and learn these explicit phonics rules so that they can be built on in upper elementary and in secondary ed. This is our star reading end of grade performance data. This is a screener, so it's given 3 times a year, and it's compared with national students in that particular grade level. This is our best predictor or highest probability of performance for our children when they take the end of grade test. Again, this data was in January before kids started returning to class 4 days a week. So before all students did, we had some students there, but we certainly improved the number of kids in October when they started coming to school, right? So the state says that the prediction for success on the end of grade test is for students to be in the sufficient command. And if you look at that, the sufficient command is the 4th column. We, however, have encouraged our schools, our teachers, to push towards solid command. We feel confident that if students in grades 3rd grade can access text with the solid command, they will be able to be proficient on the end of grade test. The sufficient command, the average child can be proficient on the end of grade test. However, depending on what they have in their toolbox, depending on their vocabulary, if they've had parents that read to them, if they live in a literate home with lots of reading materials, all play into effect on how children perform on the end of grade test. So if we can get them to the solid command, we feel more comfortable that they'll be able to be proficient. If you look at that particular data, you can see the way this does is that is the percentage of students in each of these levels. So if you look at solid command, currently we have 28% of our 3rd graders in solid command and 12% in superior command. So if you put those together, you have approximately 40% of our students that in January should already be able to be proficient on the end of grade test in 3rd grade. If you look at our 4th grade, we have 34 and 6%. So again, we're at that 40 percentile. And remember that this was taken in January. So students certainly had a lot of instruction since January. So we would anticipate that many of those children in the sufficient command would have rolled over into solid or superior. And then in the 5th grade, we're at 32%. Now, remembering that the fifth grade children have had the least amount of instruction in systematic phonics instruction since we started this 2 years ago. The next piece of data is our Lexia Core 5 student performance data. So our Lexia Core 5 is the program, supplemental program, reading program that our children participate in grades kindergarten through 5th grade. And when you look at this data, it does show that we still have gaps in foundational reading skills at upper elementary. But if you look at it from 5th grade down to kinder, you can see that while the gaps are in 5th grade, we're starting to close the gaps the younger the children are. It's really hard to, and our teachers are doing a great job. In 5th grade, we've got teachers teaching phonics and spelling patterns, without a doubt. But the younger we can get children involved in systematic and explicit teaching of the foundational skills, the better we'll be at being able to fill those gaps so that they aren't present at upper elementary. I thought it would be interesting for you to see a comparison of our data between 1920 and 2021. So this shows that the 2 years side by side. So in kindergarten, for example, we had 4% that were reading below grade level material. So GLM means grade level material. They were reading below grade level material. And this year we have 3% reading below grade level material. For children who are reading current grade level material, so they're in kindergarten and they're reading and working in skills that they should be, 95% in last year were reading on grade level at this time of the year, in grade level material. This year, only 67% of our children are reading in grade level material. You'll notice that is because 30% of our kindergartners have gone beyond grade level material, and they are actually working above grade level. So they're working in material, at least first grade material. So while we did see a drop between 95 and 67%, then you have to look at where that group of children went. Thankfully, they didn't go down, they went up. And you can see across this graph that consistently our children are showing growth from one year to the next in developing the skills that they need to be proficient readers. So we looked at the kindergarten. I'm not going to go through every piece of this data, but I do want to then move on to the 5th grade, because we do know that our 5th graders in elementary school where our biggest gaps are. So at the last year, our children were reading below grade level for our 5th graders. 66% of them were reading below grade level. This year, 54%. That's still a large number of kids who are reading below grade level materials, but it does show that we're making gains. 31% last year were reading in grade level material. This year, 40% are. And then last year, 3% were reading above grade level, and this year, 6% are. And again, this was a January screener, so we have made considerable amounts of teaching since that time. So that should be reflective in our end of year data.
If I could just ask the question, I think you just gave the answer, but this is based on that 54% at grade level is based on the whole year's expectation. It's against the whole year's expectation.
Correct, with where we are now. At the end of last year, 66% of the children were working in below grade level material. And compared to where we are right now in January, only 54% are working below grade level material. So not only does it show growth already, if you think about the 4 months from January till May, we do anticipate significant growth in those areas. Lexia Power Up is the middle school version of the supplemental reading. So Lexia owns both of these platforms, and Power Up is for our middle school. Again, this is broken into 3 areas, and this shows that our students in middle school and 6th grade, 21% of our students in 6th grade are still working on K2 foundational skills in phonics and spelling. 53% of our 6th graders are working in intermediate skills, which are skills that are appropriate for 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade. And 27% are actually working in what they call advanced skills, which would be grade level material, 6th grade through 8th grade. Now, if you look at that data, however, you see a significant drop in foundational reading skills between our 6th graders and our 7th graders and our 8th graders. I would just remind you that our 6th graders lost a lot of instruction in that, well, they all lost a lot of instruction, but our 6th graders not only lost a lot of instruction in March from last year, but they also are encountering a new type of schooling. They transition from elementary school to middle school, and in a time of uncertainty. So while that data is reflective there, you can see that by 7th and 8th grade, these kids are more used to middle school, and there was much less percentage of children in foundational reading skills as they were in 7th and 8th grade. And it also shows us that they have figured out some and compensated some for some of their lack of skill development. And remember that K2 foundational skills, that's basic phonics and spelling patterns. If they don't get that, they cannot be taught more advanced phonics and spelling. This is a comparison chart. The Lexia data is broken up into subdomains as well. So that first slide, the slide I just showed you, that was for comprehension. If you look at this data on this chart, this is that same comparison data at the end of the year, last year, to screener time in January. And you can see that in 6th grade, 7th grade, and 8th grade, in comprehension, our children are basically hovering, working below grade level at around 50%. So these are areas that we definitely know that we have to do. One of our goals over the summer is to adopt an English language arts curriculum for middle school. They have not had a curriculum that's been a core curriculum that's been adopted. They've been using state materials, but no curriculum per se. And so that is something that we definitely see our data supports that we need to do something different in our middle grades. In grammar, you all have been around the system enough to know that when the 4th and 8th grade, 4th and 7th grade, writing test was done away at the state level, grammar, spelling, those things became less emphasized in the classroom. No longer were children asked to diagram sentences and look at the tenses. So while some of it was happening, it wasn't explicit and it wasn't systematic. So you can look at our data and you can see that our students in middle school are struggling with grammar. This is an area of concern. We certainly expect our children to have a better handle on the English language than 20 percentile of our students in an advanced level in middle school.
May I make a comment right
Yes,
here?
ma'am.
In struggling with grammar, that is also a reason why they are perhaps having trouble with the writing skills as well.
Yes, ma'am.
If you don't
Absolutely.
have a good command of the grammar, it's very difficult
Without a doubt.
to do the writing.
And if you think back to the very first slide I showed you, it was the end of course, and I told you that the writing was our lowest area. That is showing up everywhere. Spelling, grammar, strong, explicit, upper, advanced phonics. Our children have really missed out on. So if you look at this next slide is the comparison data for grammar, and you can see that our children they're basic, there's not a lot of difference from year to year in this area. We have some that below grade level for last year to this year is significant, but I do believe that overall the instruction of grammar in our schools is weighing heavy on this kind of data.
So is there anything that we can do about this?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
We're going to work on it. We're going to adopt a curriculum for one thing. And the state of North Carolina has really committed to the work of developing teachers that are trained to be able to systematically teach children the skills that they need. And that's something that we'll be hearing more about as the summer rolls around.
Okay.
So the next area is word study. And when you think of word study, that is really taking the root words and adding the prefixes and the affixes and the Greek and Latin word roots and syllabication. If kids don't understand how words are broken into syllables, then when they in maybe a 2-syllable word, then when they get to middle school and they're having to attack multi-syllabic words, they don't have the foundational skills to be able to do that. And if you look at this data, this shows that in our 6th grade, 39 percentile of our kids are still in those foundational skills. I still believe, I don't have any proof of this, but I do believe that some transition things play into the 6th grade data. And if you look at the comparison data, you can see that word study, spelling patterns, that's really what we're talking about, is spelling patterns and syllabication. These are areas of concern, and they certainly lead to weak writers that are not being able to attack and access complex text. Dr. Doyle mentioned that we decided, using feedback from our teachers, that we were not going to require them to take the 4th benchmark this year. The rationale behind it was they would take this benchmark only about 2 weeks before end of grade test. And if you're not going to do anything with the data, then why are we giving them a test that is not going to lead to improved learning? So after talking and getting data from our teachers, we decided that we would not require the test, but offer the test as an instructional tool for our teachers. And that's what we did. We opened the window early so that they could start pulling those items and use them instructionally with their students to prepare and review for the end of grade test. If you look at our data from benchmark 1, 2, and 3 for 3rd through 8th grade, you can see that this data shows that we are showing growth. We showed growth, rather, showed growth between the 1st benchmark and the 2nd benchmark. I certainly believe that the 2nd benchmark kids were back in school, at least some in October, they came back for at least 1 or 2 days a week. So we saw some increase there. But we did see in grades 3, a little bit in 5th, but yes, definitely in 6th grade and 8th grade, a decline between benchmark 2 and benchmark 3. Benchmark 3 is more cumulative in nature. So we have our benchmark 1 and the standards that are there. Benchmark 2, new standards plus benchmark 1 standards for review. Benchmark 3 is new standards plus review standards from benchmark 1 and 2. So children struggled with any certain area or a certain domain, then that would show up in every benchmark past the first one. So we're hoping that this, no, we're not hoping. Hope is not a strategy. We are encouraged that the number of teachers that took advantage of the 4th benchmark for instructional purposes, that they are that they recognize that children need practice with EOG type materials to get them prepared for the end of grade test.
Ms.
And-
Lee,
Yes.
excuse me, will you explain to those who are listening who perhaps don't really understand, when we are talking about benchmark, will you explain to them what that is and how often it is given and what
So,
it consists of, please?
There really are 2 kinds of benchmark tests.
Mhm.
There is a competency-based test,
Okay.
which would be, these are the standards, you test these standards, and you get a indication of how children did. There also are cumulative benchmarks over time, where you not only are taking a test on the standards that were taught this marking period,
Mhm.
but you're rolling in standards from previous marking periods to give children additional practice with that. Because of the interruption of our instruction this year,
Mhm.
our benchmark data has not been predictive in nature. So we have not been able to use this data to what we would like for it to do, because we build these benchmarks to emulate what the end of grade test looks like and feels like for children. Our goal would be that this data would give us some type of indication of how we can expect children to do on the end of grade test. But because of the drastic differences in the teaching and learning this year, because of the interruptions, we really did not feel like we could use this in any predictive manner. Middle school teachers, high school teachers, they really felt strongly that some of the data was inflated because of people getting help at home. So there was a lot of barriers for being able to get clean data, which is what I call it, because we don't know what the circumstances were at the time. I do also want to mention, so this benchmark data, we give it at the end, around the end of each of our 9 weeks. So you do it 4 times a year for a year-round course, and you give it 3 times a year for semester-long courses. That is some of the information. We'll be gathering feedback from teachers about the frequency and the number of questions, how the questions were introduced to students, and how we can improve our benchmark system. So this benchmark this is benchmark data, but this is really truly an assessment system that we're trying to create so that moving forward, we'll have strong data that we can rely on going forward.
Thank you.
You're welcome. One thing to note is that the English language arts standards, they are being we're calling it renorming, but they're setting the standard. And so we will not get this end of grade test data back as far as student proficiency until well into probably late August or into the fall.
Thank you.
This is our English 2 benchmark data. If you look at this, you can see what I really need, I hope that you understand, is that these tests were built around or aligned to 185 days of instruction or 1,025 hours. So when you think about the amount of school that children did not get direct instruction, that has had significant impact on our students and their testing. The other thing, and I just have to say this, is that teachers were very reluctant to give up the little bit of instructional time that they had with their students for testing purposes. An English language arts test could typically take 2 class periods to finish the benchmark, half one day and half the next day. And if kids in high school were only coming to school 2 days a week, teachers were really reluctant to use that to do the testing at school. So a lot of them would start the test at school, and the requirement was that they finished it at home. Well, we know what happens when that happens. Sometimes they don't finish, sometimes they get help. It's just not very reliable data when you have that kind of situation. So finally, I wanted to point out a few improvement opportunities. Increasing the number of students entering 3rd grade reading on grade level. All English language arts in grades K-5 will participate in an extensive training on reading instruction grounded in the science of reading research. This has been signed by the governor. It is a state law. It is not something Craven County has signed us up for. Every K-5 teacher in the state of North Carolina. We haven't got all of the details of it yet, but they probably will be trained in cohorts, and it probably will take about 2 years to get everyone completely trained. The EL, which is our reading K-5 reading curriculum, the reading foundation scope and sequence, that we are going to make sure that that is aligned with the science of reading, and that if we have any gaps, we identify those gaps, and then we identify resources to help with those gaps, to help close those gaps. We need to look at ensuring the alignment of the K2 report card with the science of reading research. We have had feedback from teachers for kindergarten through 2nd grade saying they really want us to revisit the kindergarten 1st and 2nd grade report card so that it is better aligned. Our universal screeners, which are STAR and FastBridge, and our progress monitoring tools, we trained and systematically used in all elementary schools. I will tell you that the state may be making a decision. We are getting wind that they're going to make a decision, and they're going to tell everybody in the state has to use the very same tool. And if that happens, and it's not one we already use, we will have to discontinue using what we use and move to a new tool. And really making sure that the alignment of the written curriculum, the taught curriculum, and the tested curriculum are all well aligned. So what standards say we need to teach is what we're teaching. And what the standards say we teach, and we test. And if we can align those things, we will be setting up our students for success. Increase student achievement in English language arts as indicated by the end of grade and end of course assessments. So we are currently working on revising our pacing guides to ensure stronger alignment with our benchmark assessments. Every benchmark cycle, we took feedback from teachers. We plugged it into our pacing guides to make notes so that now we can make revisions. We asked teachers to keep notes in their pacing guides all year long, and they've collected that, the learning system coaches have, and we are in the process of revising that to ensure alignment. We want to begin creation of pacing guides for non-tested subjects. So we need to think about social studies, K-12, 312. We have some sciences. We test 5th, 8th, and biology. We have pacing guides for those, but we know there's other sciences and maths that we want to create pacing guides for. We had to start somewhere, so we started with the tested subjects. And develop monitoring checks that help teachers with pacing and fidelity of implementation. Currently, our learning system coaches in their PLCs are kind of helping teachers with their pacing. We want to put some self-fidelity measures where teachers can assess themselves, and principals will have a better idea of how the fidelity of implementation is going. So that's what I have for you today. Certainly, I'm glad to answer any questions that I can or provide the information at a later time if I'm not able to answer your questions today.
Do we have any questions at this time? Ms. Smith and then Ms. Neese.
First is a comment. I'm going to give a shout out to Havelock Elementary for letting me sit in on their PLC cycles because I understood so much better what you were saying right then. And plus, I mean, I just learned a lot. Everything that you were saying were things their teachers were saying in those meetings and the plans that they were making. It was really meaningful for me, and I appreciate them being comfortable enough for me to sit through those. So that was a plus. The other thing is English 2. It is an English 2 question, but it's also a general EOC question. With the calendar that we just adopted, giving the second semester 14 days less of instruction, is there a plan in place to schedule our learners who need that additional time so that they are in the longer semester for these courses?
So I'll just speak to what I know, and then I'll turn this over. I know that there has been conversation between Dr. Diggs and the counselors and the school leaders to look at how to best schedule those students so that they, the kids that need longer can take English 2 second semester. Dr. Doyle, do you have anything? That's really where we are right now. The master calendar is being created as we speak at all of our high schools. And Dr. Diggs is going to work with counselors to ensure that we take that into consideration.
And the pacing guide to be adjusted for those courses, I'm sure.
Absolutely, yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so on the K2 middle of year microphase data, you were talking about how kids write from memory, and so they're practicing writing. When the kids actually write, I've had a lot of feedback from parents and stuff that they're not using pen and paper. They're using a finger on their iPad. We're not going to do away with pen and paper. So, and when I was at the learning hubs back when we were out of school all the time, there are a bunch of our children in the district that have no idea how to hold a pencil correctly and how to physically write.
Yes, ma'am. So currently, the foundational reading skills curriculum in the state of North Carolina, it explicitly talks about teaching children how to form their letters. So students should be practicing those letter formation, the proper formation of their letters, and putting them together to create words, sentences, and phrases. I think there was a misnomer, in all fairness, that when we first started with the pandemic, we were being really careful about, we didn't know, at one time we weren't supposed to send papers home. We weren't supposed to do any of that because of the chance of transmitting the COVID. Anything that we got back from kids had to sit in a box, covered box for 3 days.
Right.
So at that time, I believe that teachers were having children practice a lot on the iPad. Now we know that developmentally appropriateness is for children to practice on. If it wasn't an iPad when I taught kindergarten, but it was shaving cream, it was sand, it was rice. It was practicing to build the understanding of how a letter is formed. So we didn't have iPads, but we certainly had other opportunities. We did air drawing. There was lots of opportunities to practice because before they can develop fine motor skills with writing with a pencil, they have to develop those gross motor skills so they can move their entire arm and body. With that being said, I would agree that emphasizing writing and practicing their penmanship on paper with pencil is something that we want to make sure is happening every day in our classrooms. Our learning system coaches, we had a meeting a couple of weeks ago and we're talking about identifying specific handwriting paper for each grade level that we could order and give to the teachers because everybody has a preference. We haven't done that in many years, not just in Craven. Even when I was a teacher in another county, that had kind of stopped. At one point, everybody had a primer and they practiced their letters every day. The initiative with Balanced Literacy really took the emphasis off of those things. And for a long time, it wasn't even part of our standards anymore. But they have added it back to our standards with the foundational reading strand. So that's something we certainly need to work on. I agree with you. Their writing is difficult to read for sure. But the microface data isn't about penmanship or how they form the letters. It is more about what they put there as far as the letters and how they are encoding in their mind to decode on paper. So what they hear and then what they write. But I would agree, Ms. Muse, that that's something we need to continue work with.
And then on the Lexia 4-5 student performance by grade level,
Uh-huh.
is that a vertical alignment of the standards that we're looking at specifically?
Yes, so Lexia has a scope and sequence that is developed around the science of reading, and it tells in each area which skills kids should work on at each level. We have students that, I had some third graders that completely finished the program at the end of third grade. They had already gone through the fifth grade. So it doesn't hold them back. It lets them work in wherever their skill development level is. But it is identified by grade level.
Okay, and then on the Lexia Power Up Middle School for grammar,
Yes, ma'am.
the 6th grade percentages equal 110%, and the 8th grade percentages only equal 90% of students. So that makes me question the follow-up data to that. And then we also have the same issue for the Lexia Power Up Middle School on the word study. There's 125% of 6th graders. And then, even if we round it up.
Right. That's I take full responsibility. That is that has to be an error. It would have to be an error. They should equal 100%, but I will pull these slides, look at where the error happened, and I will send you new copies of these slides if that's okay.
And then we talked about the English curriculum. How involved are teachers going to be in the selection of that curriculum?
We have created, Dr. Doyle and her science goal team or math goal team, they created a process that we're going to use in adopting all curriculum. And it begins with school focuses. What is it that you want in a curriculum? We start by asking the teacher, then we take that data, we go to the experts, Ed Reports, Ed Trust, those places, and we get the most highest ranked that meet the needs of our teachers. We'll bring it back. They'll actually get the samples. They'll have an opportunity to look at all the materials, and then we'll try to come to some kind of consensus before we make a recommendation. The teachers will be very involved in the process from the very beginning by identifying what they feel is most needed.
And when is summer leadership?
It is the third week of June.
So will they be able to have their hands on this curriculum by then, so that way they can plan and think about it while they have the summertime?
No.
Well,
I do not, I do not believe that that will happen. Summer leadership, will be more focused on our strategic plan and our school improvement. One of the things that we will be doing is once we get the, resources in the hands of teachers and we get them, trained, we will help them create 45-day plans of how to align it and how to pace it out so that so it's going to be a little later in the summer before we get that. A lot of that stuff is back ordered and you can't get your hands on it right now. I think some of the vendors are 12 weeks out. So as soon as we can get them in the hands of our teachers, samples they have seen, but we want to get complete anthologies and volumes so that they can really see what is there.
okay, thank you.
You're very welcome.
I have one,
Yes,
but it's
ma'am.
not really a question. I guess it is a question. When we were talking about the kindergarten, the foundation for reading, did we find that those children who attend preschool foundation is much stronger than the ones who perhaps don't attend the preschool program?
Yes, ma'am. We definitely can identify children who go to preschool in a Craven County pre-K. They typically integrate into our kindergarten classrooms much easier and better prepared. We're anticipating this coming school year because pre-Ks have, for a lot of part, have been affected as well. Having to really spend a lot of time on that social emotional learning of our kindergartners and helping them with those social skills so that they know how to do school and how to be a friend and how to share. So some of that stuff is going to have to roll into more than normal, roll into kindergarten because of the interruption in our pre-K schooling. But we definitely know that Dr. Gould knows I'm passionate about this. I can't imagine why every principal isn't banging down the door for one pre-K in their building.
Right.
It makes a significant difference.
Well, we were talking about in what used to happen 100 years ago before I retired. We used to have what we call integrated, we're talking about the writing skills.
Yes, ma'am.
We used to have what we call integrated writing. And that was when we encouraged writing across the curriculum. For instance, a social studies teacher could give maybe a topic on some particular issue and encourage the student to write an essay or whatever about that. That's still increasing the writing skills. So do we ever do any integrated writing now in the curriculum? Sometimes do we?
So writing across the curriculum is something that we frequently talk about.
Okay.
And when you get to middle school and high school, content area teachers will tell you, you know, I'm a social studies teacher. I don't know how to teach children how to write. So building a relationship between the content teacher and the English language arts teacher so that they're doing the writing around the content, they're researching it, they're doing the writing, and then the English language arts teacher is helping with the rubric for scoring and teaching the skills. So it's a relationship, and without having a writing test and a written writing curriculum, it really has been negated, and it's done I think it's done across the country a disservice.
Do you have any more questions for Ms. Lee? Thank you, Ms. Lee,
You
for
are very welcome.
your presentation. We appreciate the hard work that you put into this.
Chairman, do you want to take a break?
Yes, we're going to take a break. I make a motion that we adjourn take a break for about 10 minutes. This meeting will resume with Dr. Gore. Will you conduct this meeting for us, please?
Certainly, Chairman. I have the distinct pleasure of transitioning our organizational reviews from what was Dr. Diggs, who was doing math as well as college and career ready, to Dr. Nishan Dawson, who will be taking over the math goal as we go into the next organizational review. And so I'm going to provide the interim, the transition, and provide an update on math. This is our benchmark data, and just to reiterate what Ms. Boomer asked earlier, our benchmarks are assessments for learning. When a teacher or our district administers benchmark assessments, those benchmarks are designed to help us, help teachers, and really the teachers are using them to inform how we can improve learning over time before the end of the year when they take an end of grade or end of course assessment, which is an assessment of learning, okay? So again, we want these benchmarks to be as predictive as possible, but understanding that during this current year, that's not really been something that is possible for lots of reasons, to include what Ms. Lee mentioned with regards to English language arts. There is question about how much help students are getting to take these benchmarks if they haven't taken them at school. And you can see the impact of in-person instruction versus remote instruction in how the benchmarks progress. You can also see, and that's really illustrated on this slide here, you can see that especially in third and fourth grades, that students are getting better at demonstrating their proficiency in specific standards over time throughout this school year. You can see, though, in the middle grades, one, that overall the proficiency, as we're measuring it using the benchmarks, is lower. And you can also extrapolate from that data. At least one conclusion is that the difference between the students who in elementary school have had more in-person instruction days than our secondary students who, for example, in first semester had 9 days of in-person instruction from the 19th to the holidays, and have increased those days in the spring semester, but until April 16th, they were somewhere between 10 and 20 days of in-person instruction when you think about 1 to 2 days per week during that time period. And so that is one thing that we have heard resoundingly, especially from our math teachers, but also from our students who are taking math, and not a huge sample, but we did talk with three high school students, excuse me, who, when we asked them questions about how things were going with in-person and remote learning, they cited math as their most challenging subject. One of the students said in particular to me, and I thought this was very telling, that the challenge is we have teachers who are learning how to teach remotely. We have students who are learning remotely, but also learning how to learn remotely. And that has been a huge challenge. We've also seen the importance of in-person instruction, especially when we're talking about guided problem solving. If a student is in your physical presence and you're working on doing guided practice with a group of students in math or anything, but math being so operational and process oriented, it's easy to see when students are sitting in front of you that students are following the steps to solve a problem. It's not easy to see if they're not in front of you. So they can document their progress completing those problems by showing their work. But again, if they're not in front of you, you don't know how that process developed because they're not physically in front of you. So again, you can see some things that are a bit promising in terms of our math proficiency in the early grades, but you can see how that is challenged as we get into the higher grades. Again, third, fourth, and fifth grade return to 4-day-a-week instruction on the 19th of January. And so, again, we've got many students who are teachers who've opted to issue the last set of benchmarks as a practice for them as they get ready to take the end of grade or end of course test. But that data will not be reported in the same way because we've told them that that benchmark is optional for them.
So when was the third benchmark given?
The third benchmark was administered I want to say at the beginning of March. The other thing that we've learned from looking at the benchmark data is really informing how they're going to be revised for next year. And that is, especially as we think about more process-oriented subjects versus more thematic oriented instruction in English language arts, whether we should consider assessing all standards every time and understanding that the first benchmark that students will not have received direct instruction yet on those standards, but by the end of the, but we might also be able to assess whether they already have some background knowledge in those standards that they have not received instruction on, or if we do them like we've done this school year, and that is assess students on a specific set of standards each time and grow the amount of standards to match the end of grade or end of course test specifications throughout the year. Those are questions that we are grappling with right now. In grades 9 through 12, you really can see the challenge again of whether students who were in person or not in person were receiving additional assistance. So for example, what you see in the first two sets of bars, so the fall benchmark 1 for Math 1 and Math 3, and the spring benchmark 1 for Math 1 and Math 3, you see the performance in the fall was significantly higher. That could be based on one of a couple of things. One, we schedule different students in the fall, and we have one high school that does not schedule students primarily for Math 1 until second semester, one of our high schools. And so that definitely informs the level of students that might be taking the assessments in the fall versus the spring. It also could be because they were remote taking these assessments and they may have been getting additional assistance. I don't think that that's the case overwhelmingly, or else we would have students with 100% proficiency, right? But it does lead us to, question the veracity of the data. So really what we're using this for is which standards were the lowest that have the biggest proportion of questions on the end of grade or end of course test, and using that to inform how to grow those skills over time. You can see that progression as well throughout the second. And as we mentioned, the third benchmark in the fall was administered, but it was very close to the end of course test administration. And in the spring, we've opted not to make that optional. For fall end of course data, this is the information that comes from the goal summary report. And that goal summary report, although we wish it was a lot more detailed, it still does provide us with information about what needs to be improved as we move forward. What you'll see in the blue is the percent of items on that test that covered that content. Now, I really want to distinguish that the first three sets of bars, calculator inactive, those that are gridded response, and then calculator active, that's going to be a whole section that includes all items, those three things. Mm-hmm. And then algebra through statistics and probability are the standards. So the first three are really about how the question is calculated by the student, and the last five are about the content of the question that's being asked, if that makes sense. And for the purposes of the test specifications that are published by the Department of Public Instruction, algebra and number and quantity are grouped together in one percentage on the test specifications, and they're the largest proportion. However, you can see that on the goal summary report, they do separate them out, with algebra having the biggest proportion of content on the Math 1 end of course test. You can also see that we're doing better in statistics and probability, but it's also an area of the test that's not the highest importance. Geometry in Math 1, which if folks remember, we used to be in Algebra 1, Geometry, Algebra 2 progression. The state of North Carolina switched to a Math 1, a Math 2, a Math 3, and now there's some geometry content in that first math course at the high school level, but again, it's not the same level. And geometry is a hard subject, totally different from the type of thinking that you do in algebra, which is mostly linear. Geometry is very reason-oriented and takes a great deal of thinking through the, for those of you who remember doing proofs when you were in high school geometry, that's some of the work that's done in that subject. You can also see that calculator active is the biggest proportion of the test. And so students have access to a calculator on that test for a longer period of time. And we have an opportunity to grow there, but it's misleading to think that if we teach everyone how to use a calculator, that's going to fix the other standards, right? But it does suggest that we need to investigate that further to decide how best to ensure that the use of the calculator is helping students to solve these problems. Math 3 for the end of course in the fall. Again, number and quantity is connected with algebra, but it didn't have enough items to resolve any kind of data to report. A couple of things also about math in particular. We did standard setting with math in the 2018-19 school year. And so that set kind of the baseline. We've not been able to test since to see where we have changed from that baseline year. Again, as I mentioned at the beginning of the first presentation, we're setting a baseline again this school year. And yesterday, not yesterday, but 2 days ago, as I was listening to one of the webinars on the ESSER funds and the competency-based assessment that is being directed to us to use for summer school as an example, the state superintendent is moving the entire state towards a competency-based assessment system, which will dramatically change how we are tested and assessed if they really truly move towards a competency-based approach. And so it really is unsure at this point how this data will inform the move to competency-based moving forward. I do think that some of the data that Ms. Lee has presented especially shows us what some competency-based will look like, because we talk about individual skills within content areas versus the content that themselves. But moving towards that competency-based system will be, it'll be a heavy lift for the state, but it's also going to be a heavy lift for any of the school districts that are implementing that, which we would all be required to if that's the adopted approach. And so again, as we look at mathematics for this, for our work moving forward, one of the key challenges and improvement opportunities are the fact that there is not a core curriculum for grades K through 5. And so we have begun to engage teachers in the process of selecting and recommending a mathematics curriculum for Board of Education approval. As I mentioned, the K-5 teachers came together, decided what were the most important priorities as we selected a curriculum. And not surprisingly, because our teachers are so good, the first thing was obviously aligned to the North Carolina Standard Course of Study. But they had other input that really aligned with other, our cabinets and the goal team's discussion about what priorities we should be looking at as we adopt that curriculum as well. We do hope to move through that process in a way that will allow teachers to have those materials as quickly as possible so that they'll have some time with them before the school year starts, but also have the opportunity for training and support to implement that. Again, it depends on our vendors and the ability to get those materials for review at each school. The process, though, for those teachers who were involved, and they have all agreed to do this, is that they've given us that input, and these are strong teachers across multiple grade spans, so K2 and 3-5 at the K5 span. They're also people who are brand new and veteran, some who have coached and have a range of experiences, every school being represented. They will go back once we begin providing those curriculum materials and facilitate on their campus the feedback processes for teachers to provide input as we move to select a curriculum and bring it to the board for adoption. The other, yes, please.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Would you clarify that we as a 7-member board are not going to be the one to develop the math curriculum?
No, no.
Because when I heard it, it said the Board of Education. I don't want anybody thinking that we're to be the one, because we are not qualified to develop that curriculum.
I apologize if I made that,
Okay.
if that was what it sounded like. No, we obviously, if we have professional development, if we have materials to purchase, the board is going to be involved in that, but the board does approve curriculum recommendations, and so you will have that approval at some point. No, ma'am, it will be our teachers and the goal team that drive that process and bring that recommendation to the Board of Education.
Thank you.
We also need to improve grades 6 through 12 mathematics achievement. And really, some of this is directly related to, and I think that our school leaders will share, is being able to have mathematics teachers in our buildings. This is one of the highest needs areas across the state, but it has been a high need area for us continuously. Dr. Miller has worked, and she'll share some things that she's done to get us out of the gate quicker to be able to recruit teachers, but also making sure that we are retaining them, but also incentivizing them to be with us versus other places. Part of that, hopefully, is because we've tried to work on our supplement, but it also has to be maybe other strategies as well. We're trying to align the supplemental and remediation strategies with the North Carolina Standard Course of Study. And it says Freckle, which is used in K-5, but Imagine Math is what's being used for our supplemental instruction in the secondary area. And so making sure that our teachers understand which components of that to prioritize and to use to assign units for students for extra practice and to supplement their instruction as they provide small group instruction to students. And then providing review resources for teachers for end of year review. And some of that is in progress and has been rolled out to principals and is being rolled out to teachers. And then again, this was what I talked about previously, improve the benchmark assessment process. We need to revise the district benchmarks specifically for the content and the schedule. And then we need to train, coach, and support the benchmark assessment analysis and improvement process. And when I say that, I mean making sure that teachers understand how that data can be useful for them to inform learning and in the improvement of learning, and letting those benchmarks be an assessment of learning, assessment for learning as opposed to being an assessment of learning. One of the biggest challenges I think our teachers have with our benchmarks, particularly at the secondary level, is when students take a test, they think they're supposed to get a grade. And a benchmark assessment really is not for a grade. It's really for a tool for students and for teachers to understand where they are with the content at that time. That provides two challenges, though. The students got to believe enough and want to succeed enough to use that, to take that benchmark seriously, and use that benchmark to inform what they need to work on more. The teacher needs that help from the student to not use it as a punitive measure, but use it as a measure to assist students to begin managing their own learning system, which is work that we're trying to do in Craven County Schools as our teachers increasingly are teaching students how to learn, and then ultimately how they're going to learn best. And so some of that has to do with how we communicate the importance of benchmarks to our students from our teachers, but also how we support our teachers in using those benchmarks moving forward. So with that, I'll take any questions about math. Yes, ma'am.
I have a couple. The first one was about Math 1. You said there was a school that only did Math 1 in one
Second semester. Not they're doing like a intro to math. I'm not saying the correct course, but then a Math 1 in second semester. So they're basically taking math for a full year. So they're kind of getting foundations of math and then Math 1.
I have some questions.
Give me one more. The math pacing. And I thought I was writing it down at the time. When you're talking about maybe thinking about doing the math benchmarks, kind of like the ELA,
Cumulative.
making it more thematic.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay.
No, I'm saying
Typical
making each test a full cumulative test,
cumulative.
as opposed to only doing a few standards, the first one, the second one, the third one. And that's discussions I think we need to have with teachers.
Okay, that's what I was getting ready to ask.
Yes.
That's what I was going to ask. Could we make sure we talk to teachers?
Absolutely,
Because I think that might bring some fear. Because if we do that and they haven't taught it, teachers start to own that. You know, even though the scores are not the scores, they're not graded, teachers still own that, you know, they didn't do well in fractions, but guess what? I didn't get to teach fractions yet. So,
Absolutely.
you know, we want to make sure that we are cognizant of, you know.
100%. And let me speak to that a minute. I 100% agree, but especially as we think about the gaps in learning that have been created in the last, several months, years, if we can figure out a way to make teachers feel comfortable in that we're not comparing for the purpose of comparing you against you and
Right.
judging you or me as better or worse. One, we want to know, do these students already have a baseline amount of knowledge in this standard that we can build upon and not waste so much time teaching or reteaching something that students already know, so that we can move to other content that they don't know and utilize our time at the highest possible efficiency for the best possible learning. And so absolutely, we do have teachers that once they see scores, they compare themselves for the purposes of evaluating their performance, and that's not what we're trying to do. These tools are a tool to inform not just student learning, but also our learning about our students. So absolutely, that's work that needs to be ongoing.
Mrs. Neese?
On the grades 9 through 12 for math, how does the benchmark performance typically compare with the EOC performance? I know we didn't have spring EOCs last year, but we did have fall. So seeing how the benchmark data compares would be helpful.
Yes.
And then.
Can I answer that question?
Sure.
Sure. In the fall, the benchmark performance was much better than the end of course performance. And so that's how one, we knew it wasn't predictive because one, the question is there additional assistance being received? And it may be just innocent enough. Also, because of the number of days of in-person instruction, we know that there was going to be an impact on end of course performance for sure.
Okay, and then for the math one, the fall end of course, and I guess it would apply to math 3. What are the proficiency numbers overall?
And I don't have those in front of me, but I'll be happy to share those.
And these are broken out, individually, so there's that. And then how tight is the correlation of the benchmark to the EOC?
And that's what, because of the last 2 years of instruction, last year we didn't have an end of course to compare it to. And this year we've got the fall end of course, but it was based on, 45 days of remote instruction and 9 days of in-person instruction, and then another 34 days of remote instruction for the second half of the first semester. So right now, predictability is not something that we can reliably say.
Okay, and then we've talked a lot about curriculum today. So are we going to let teachers have the final say in curriculum this time so they have some actual buy-in because they picked it? Because I know when the Open Up curriculum was bought, a lot of them had told me, we went, we looked, we got samples, we did this, we did that, and then they bought Open Up and that wasn't even one of our options.
So the process is that the teachers will be taking the curriculum that is aligned to their priorities, as we've established, back to their schools. Schools facilitated by those teacher leaders who've agreed to do this will help their teachers assess the curriculum using a rubric that will be based on that criteria that those teachers have created. That data will come back and that data will help us decide what curriculum to choose.
But the district doesn't plan on overriding teachers and just picking
No, we would
something?
not want to do that.
Okay. And then are we making sure that, that teachers have an understanding of best practices?
And so there's a great deal of work that's being done right now to correlate, and this is a lot of the work that's being done with our learning systems coaches and with the aligning the specific tools for learning and instructional strategies with the standards that those curriculum, our standard course of study dictates. So for example, if a student is being asked to describe or define a process in mathematics, then we're using tools that are research-based process maps that assist students in outlining those tools and informing their learning and, hopefully bringing that to students' memory as they go through that problem solving in the future. So yes, we're focusing on high-yield, research-based instructional strategies in all of our training.
Okay, that's it. That's all I got.
Thank you so much. Oh, sorry.
Does anyone else have any more questions about the math? Thank you, Dr. Dorr.
I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Diggs.
Okay. And Dr. Dorr, you're saying that the next time that this particular goal is would be Dr. Dawson's?
Yes.
Okay.
Good morning, board members. I had to look at the clock to be sure it wasn't afternoon yet. So I will be presenting information from our CCR, our College and Career Ready goal. And just to share an update from the last organizational review, the things that we have accomplished, and some of these are still works in progress, but to share with you where we are so far. The first one, with increasing our cohort graduation rate, one of our major strategies that we were wanting to get done was deploying a credit tracking tool that had been developed by Dr. Cooper and one of the counselors at West Craven High School to better assist our high school counselors in tracking students' graduation requirements. That is something that is key, because if you miss a course and find out that last semester right before graduation, we have to own that along with that student and parent. But we want to be sure that we're doing that in the most effective way and not having to employ methods that aren't reliable. So we wanted to be sure we had something system-wide that they could do. And this was deployed to all the high school counselors starting March 15th that had student information in it. And it would help them visually see, along with the student and parent, where they are in meeting their graduation requirements. The next one, increasing our attendance at all schools with a focus on schools that fall below the 95% mark. And this has been a difficult one this year. As you recall, back in the fall, we talked about recording attendance and all the different ways that the state required us to allow students to be marked present. So this has been an ongoing challenge. It's a little bit easier now since our secondary schools and students are back in for the most part with all the students, but we do still have students who are in our Craven Live program. And so teachers are taking attendance for students in multiple ways throughout this school year. So this has been a difficult one. But we did facilitate an attendance improvement strategy conversation with our principals at our February 25th meeting, just so they would have the opportunity to share best practices and strategies that they found to be effective on their campuses. And there were a variety of different things that they had the opportunity to share. For instance, there was one school that had created a parent group to help them create strategies to help improve attendance so that they would get some information back from the parents and get their voice in that process. So those were things that they were able to share across all the grade levels, as well as sharing reminders with the principals so they could then share reminders with the teachers about the record keeping process with attendance, because those are the things that we would get ongoing questions about. And some of them were human error, where something had been marked or not gone back and corrected later on. So those were things that we have done at this point. And as a part of that, one of the things I didn't know that we would have accomplished, so it's on a later slide, but with the schools that we had 7 schools that fell below 90% attendance on average. And so since I had to turn the slides in before we were able to get this done, I wanted to share that information with you. But Ms. Hodges and Dr. Dawson have gone out to meet with those principals to talk about strategies, what they're doing, what they're planning to do, and the challenges. So they've just recently finished up those meetings with those 7 school principals as a part of us helping improve this process. Reducing discipline incidents resulting in out-of-school suspension. We did have the opportunity for all of our schools that wanted to participate in a Marzano training for PBIS, the Positive Behavior Intervention and Support, on Monday of this week. At the time that we submitted our slides, there were 16 schools that had signed up to participate. In the end, we actually had 22 schools participate, from anywhere from having 2 staff members to the whole staff participate in the 2-hour training, along with staff members from the Aspire program. So that just occurred on Monday. One of the schools that was not able to participate, they had another training scheduled, and Ms. Pam Collins is going out to do training with them at a later date. And we did conduct our first meeting with a high school advisory committee regarding social and emotional learning and possible curriculum adoption with that group. They're the only ones at this point that we do not have an adopted curriculum. We have adopted curriculum for K-8, which is second step that they've been utilizing. But this is something that's ongoing for high schools, obviously with their schedule and how the day is set up for high school students. It's a little bit more challenging, but something we know we need to provide and will be included in our mental health plan that we have to submit to the state later. So this is something that we're continuing to work on throughout that process, but we did have our initial meeting with them in March. I have to have the click. So the first piece of data that I would like to share with you is Career and Technical Education Post-Assessment Proficiency information from the fall of this school year. And this is by program area. So within each of these program areas, there's several different courses that fall within these. We didn't list all the courses because that would have taken me about 10 slides to list all of our CTE courses, and not all of our high schools offer the exact same courses. And some of these have different ways that they're measuring the students. In the past, it was, for the most part, a 100-question multiple choice test. Now they have developed more performance-based assessments. So I didn't put a comparison because some of those are still doing multiple choice tests, and some of them have gone from last year doing multiple choice to performance-based. So there's been a lot of transition within career and technical education, but I did want you to see how the students perform district-wide within program areas for first semester. And then when we have our organizational review in June, I'll add the second semester information to this so you're able to see for the entire year across our program areas. And you can see that some are performing a lot higher than others, but within each of these, some of these are a smaller number of students or a smaller number of courses within these program areas. And so if you recall back in January, when we talked about all the different program areas that are included in CTE and the new programs that we have started either last year or planning to start next year, combining all of that information so that you have it. But there are a lot of different courses within this program, but we did want you to see how students are performing across our CTE departments. Next, our dropout information, and this is a 2-year comparison by month. And this looks a little different for some of the months, just based on how we ended last school year and the options that students had. So with some of our students, they disengaged starting in March. Some of them continue to engage throughout the school year. So it made tracking our students a little bit more difficult in the spring semester of last school year, which obviously everyone was marked present from March until the end of the school year, but they weren't physically having to show up or be counted the way that we're doing now. So we believe that moving forward, this will level out and there'll be more consistency. And you can see consistency across some of the months comparing last school year to this school year. When you look at, for instance, September, October, November, December, those are pretty consistent. But then we have other times of the year where we have natural transitions between semesters, like in January, when students decide that they're not coming back for second semester for whatever reason. And this can be across multiple grade levels of students. These are not just looking at our seniors. And then when you look at our total on the right-hand side, last school year, there were 75 students that were coded as dropouts. They had a W-2 code in PowerSchool. And so far this year, there have been 79. Those students can return to us, and then we would update their information. So that's something that our school administrators and school counselors work on throughout the year, trying to get students back into the school system to graduate. So that number could actually go down as far as the students that are included in that dropout number over the course of the year, if we can get them to re-enroll and continue working toward graduation.
Is this cumulative for high school, for all grade level or just high school?
All grade levels.
Okay.
Technically, a student is not supposed to be able to drop out below the age of below the age of 16, but when they disappear,
Right.
Even if they're in 5th grade and we don't know where they are after taking multiple steps, then they have technically left school.
Well, I know of one now that I have to talk to Dr. Doyle about that disappeared in October. And the mom called me yesterday. Because anyway, I will talk about that later, but yes, that is happening. They can disappear like that, especially with the pandemic.
Right, and it has,
Another reason for it.
with the expectation, if they've signed up for in-person instruction, with the
Right.
expectation that they come to campus one day a week, it's harder to keep track of that.
Right.
And with the ways that we've been able to mark attendance and mark present, the student could turn in an assignment a few days later and be marked present, and then all of a sudden they've reappeared, those kinds of things. So it has been a little bit more difficult this year.
Dr. Biggs,
Yes, sir.
do you remember a number from 3 years ago or 4 years ago, or a total, something that gives us comparison about how bad?
I can get that. I can definitely get that information for you. You mean the total number for the dropout number? Yes, I can get
I'm
that.
wondering if it's twice as bad as it has been, just a kind of a relative feel.
No, from our previous conversations, I don't recall that it is, but I want to be sure I give you exact information for that.
That will help. Thank you.
One of the reasons we did look at these 2 years was because of the impact of the pandemic. And you probably heard in the news, a number of students across the state and across the nation that have been lost. So trying to keep track of them. The next slide is regarding our attendance rate for the district. And I've been sharing this with you each time to see the comparisons by month. And so this time I did add the date so you can see that the date range for each month. So M1 is representing month 1 of the school year. So you can see the comparison between last school year and this school year. Keeping in mind that in March, where the month 7, where it says February 24th to March 24th, at that point it became 100% because we closed, I think it was March 12th for the pandemic. So everyone's attendance rate at that time was bumped to 100%. So it didn't give us a true comparison to our 91% for month 7 for this year, just because of what happened during that time. The two boxes highlighted in yellow, we just wanted there to be a marker of when we made a major transition as to how students were attending school. So in month 3, as you recall, our students were able to transition to Plan B October 19th, it fell sort of in the middle of that time. So we did want to have that marker for that, because then that impacted, for some students, how often they were counted present and participated in school. And then we had another transition, obviously in January, when we transitioned our elementary students to Plan A. Our secondary continued on Plan B. What is not reflected on this is because, and we haven't finished that, finalized that month and gotten approval for that, is when we transitioned this time for our secondary schools to Plan A. So we'll be looking at that the next time to see if that made a difference in our attendance rate for comparison. And not necessarily just comparison to last year, because last year's attendance rate during April will be 100% because we're out for the pandemic, but seeing how it compares to the other months of the school year for this year. Next is some short-term suspension information. And as you recall from our last meeting, this year I haven't had a lot of short-term suspension information, which is fortunate to share with you, but our students have not been on campus the same way. But since we have had students back on campus more often since the January timeframe and more students on campus, we did want to share with you what we have at this point, dating back to the beginning of the school year by grade span. So when you look at our short-term suspensions for K-5, there were from August until the end of March, there were a total of 59 of those. The other parts of the graph, it's not totaling all of those 59, but we wanted you to see the ones that were occurring more prevalently for that grade span. And as you can see, aggressive behavior, what that's showing you are for each one of those, the number of students who have received a short-term suspension assignment for each of those different areas. And so the ones that have occurred the most have been the aggressive behavior, fighting, disruptive behavior, inappropriate behavior, and inappropriate language for that grade span. So those were the ones that occurred the most often for that. Well, it could be aggressive behavior, and we may not come to blows, for lack of a better way to say that. Right. There could be some pushing and shoving, and it could end at that point, or a student could do something else that is less than it becoming a fight. And those are the kinds of things that, and obviously, Mr. W, you weren't here when we had this conversation, that we're working with the schools on since we decided to do some revisions to our student code of conduct last spring, in better defining those for the schools so we could have some consistency about how that term was used for the incident. And so that will be something I'll share with you in a little while regarding next steps that we're doing regarding our discipline data. Yes, Ms. Clark.
Dr. Jiggs, are you differentiating between in-school suspension and short-term suspension?
These are just out-of-school suspensions.
So do you have any data on in-school suspension?
I don't, but I can get that.
Thank you.
Because one of the main things we're looking at was students' time out of school, but I understand because that was a conversation we had before about time out of the classroom, even if you're still in the building. So looking at that as well. Yes, ma'am. And then the short-term suspension information for grades 6 through 8. You can see that there were 31 from the beginning of the school year until the end of March. And the most prevalent ones for that grade span were aggressive behavior, insubordination, and inappropriate behavior. And again, the numbers represent the number of students. So obviously, like when you look back at the fighting for the 9 incidents, the fight obviously was with more than one student, but there were 9 students involved total in those. So just so you have that. And then short-term suspensions for our high schools, there were 26, and you can see the ones that were most prevalent there. Assault on student without a weapon, which is one of the ones that we're getting clarification on. And in order to do that, we have to go back into Educator's Handbook and read the exact descriptions as to why one code was selected versus another. And that's work that we will do with the schools. But as far as our goal team work, those are part of our next steps. And then cutting class was the last one. But this just shows you the information that we've gathered so far for this school year. Again, not necessarily comparing it to last school year, because last school year there were a lot more out of school suspensions, but students were also on campus more often than this. And again, more students on campus at the same time last year compared to this year. But we did want to show that information because it will impact our next steps. And then to share with you what we are planning to do moving forward regarding increasing our cohort graduation rate. Dr. Cooper and I are working together to get the updated information from our school counselors for this cohort of students that are supposed to graduate at the end of next month to see where we are, because that will impact our graduation rate for individual schools as well as our graduation rate for the district. And then just so you're aware, if we have a student who's supposed to graduate this year, but they do not finish the requirements by the end of May, if they were to finish the requirements by the end of June, for instance, if they have to take a credit recovery course, if they finish by the end of June, they would still count toward the 2021 graduation rate cohort. Does that make sense, Ms. King? You're looking at me like there's a question.
I just had a thought.
Okay. That's when the fiscal year closes out for that. So we may have some seniors who are joining us for summer school in order to do that. Also documenting the students who are on track for either a 28 credit diploma, which is what's required by Craven County Schools, versus a 22 credit diploma, which is what's required by the state. We can grant students permission to have a 22 credit diploma depending on certain circumstances. So that is information that we want to keep track of. And then documenting the students who are eligible to graduate by June 30th, like I mentioned, so that we can be sure we're communicating with students and parents that that option is still there just because they may not finish by the time the normal school year ends, that they may still have an opportunity depending on what they have left to finish and still be counted as a 2021 graduate. But making sure that those meetings are being held by the school counselors and the principal. That was one of the expectations we shared last year, making sure that the school leaders are the ones making that communication that your child may not be graduating or is not graduating, and taking ownership of that. The next one is increasing our attendance again. And so scheduling, this is the one that we have actually accomplished, scheduling the follow-up meetings with those schools that did not meet that 90% mark. And like I said, there were 7 of those schools that Ms. Hodges and Dr. Dawson have met with. They documented all of that information, so we have a follow-up and can track which strategies may have worked for those schools, and then not necessarily tracking it for them, but then sharing those strategies with other schools that may be in that situation. Under a normal school year, the goal would be looking at 95%. But I think we needed to, as we talked a lot this year about giving grace and keeping in mind the difficulty of tracking attendance, we did start with the schools that were below 90% this year, as opposed to the 95% that we would be expecting normally. And then reducing our discipline incidents resulting in out-of-school suspension. Again, going back to what I just shared about that, analyzing the information regarding each of those incidents, because until we look at the descriptions that are included, that will let us know whether or not they're being consistent and following the student code of conduct as we shared with the board last spring and what was developed, and making sure that there's understanding between the schools or within a school, as like Mr. Dove was asking, what classifies something as aggressive behavior versus fighting, because in the heat of the moment, you may feel like it's a fight, but when they sit down and look at the details, was it actually a fight or was it aggressive behavior? Because if we're not consistent in what we classify something as, we're not going to be consistent in the consequences that are assigned to that student. So being sure that that exists. And then also scheduling our next meeting with the high school social and emotional committee. Moving forward, there are representations from school leaders, school counselors, and teachers that are on that committee that will help us make decisions moving forward. So at this time, I will take any questions or any additional questions.
Ms. Clark, and then Ms. Smith, Ms. Muse, in that order, please.
Okay. And Ms. King?
I didn't see Ms. King, she's so tall over here. And then Ms. King will follow were you first? Ms. King will follow Ms. Muse. She will follow Ms. Muse. Okay, thank you. Ms. Clark, you first.
Thank you, Dr. Dicta. As we talk about consistency, who's ensuring that schools are dealing with lack of attendance with fidelity?
Well, it starts with the school leaders, because they're the ones that are supervising the teachers and have real-time access to that data. But when we're looking at those schools that are falling below that mark, that's what we are stepping in to try to help intervene with. It's very difficult for us to know if they're or recording attendance accurately at our level because we're not there on campus, but making sure that it's consistently explained to the teachers. And part of the conversation that Dr. Dawson and Ms. Hodges have been having was finding out from the principals, how are they making sure and monitoring that? Some of the principals have monitoring measures in place and some do not. So that's something we're trying to help them develop to be sure that they are checking behind that. And it is quite tedious when you're checking behind. I mean, if you have 85 teachers on your campus to make sure that everyone has is doing that consistently. But I think if you're seeing discrepancies on your campus, it has to be something that the school leaders are immediately addressing. So the on-site monitoring would have to be at the school leader level.
But is there anyone from Central Services following through? My concern is that I want to make sure that one school is not perhaps having the SRO go out to a house. Other schools might call the social worker. So is there any way to monitor that through Central Services?
Well, we've asked them to use whatever strategies they have available. We don't have any social workers in the school system, unfortunately. But they are using all the staff. Some of them have utilized their SRO. Our encouragement was to utilize the SRO with another staff member, not just you're sending the police to look for my child, because that gives the wrong connotation and could give the wrong intent of what we're trying to accomplish. So some of them have done that in conjunction with a staff member, like a school counselor, and a lot of times it could be depending on where they are going to try to look for a student because we want them to be safe. It has been difficult during the time we've asked them to maintain their physical distancing. So it ends up being 2 cars, possibly going to someone's home to look for the student. But it's just different across each of the campuses based on their staff.
And then lastly, with regard to discipline, I believe, and I'm going to mispronounce it, you're talking about a behavior or positive behavior interventionist?
What I was referring to was PBIS, the Positive Behavior and Support, Intervention and Support Program.
That's what I
Okay.
did. Do all schools have that?
They're supposed to have it. It's in different formats, which was the reason for the training. So the training that they had access to on Monday was so they had consistent information. And some of them are much further along in their development of their PBIS programs. And so now that they have all had access to the consistent training, minus 3 of our schools, it gives us a baseline to start with. Now that you have this information, let's assess what you have in place compared to that and develop what's missing moving forward.
And who is monitoring that?
Right now it's Pam Collins and Debbie Hodges are leading it, but it's a part of my goal team work. So they follow it with me and then we decide next steps as a goal team.
Because I might be the principal who says, my school is fine. And I would
Yes.
like to know that Dr. Dawson and Ms. Collins and yourself are just double checking to make sure that everything is fine.
Right, because if you still have something on your discipline record, then everything's not fine.
Okay. I
So
agree.
yes, that gives us our starting point.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. I think it was Ms. Mueller. Okay.
Okay, so you did.
I'm sorry. it was
Okay, I wasn't
Ms.
sure. That's why I didn't know who was next.
And then Ms. Meeks.
And mine kind of followed naturally with Ms. Clark's because I know that the schools break down their discipline based on race for, equity, make sure we're disciplining appropriately and if we need additional training. How does that work with your goal team to see if we need district-wide training?
That is something that our goal team looks at because within Educator's Handbook, we're able to pull subgroup information, but not just by race. We look at male, female as well.
Right.
We look at students with disabilities compared to students who do not have disabilities to be sure there is consistency. But it takes us digging into, once we have the numbers, we have to look at each of the incidents. So if there is an incident or a write-up for aggressive behavior for an African-American female, and then there's one for a Caucasian female, if those situations are the same, we need to see if there's consistency. The reason we have to look at it individually and then go back to the schools is because what we don't know are the mitigating factors that we may not necessarily be able to see. It's hard to do it when we don't have a lot of data to see if there are discrepancies, but yes, our goal team does pull subgroup data.
That's what I want to make sure there was somebody looking at it.
Yes.
And with the standard process. Okay.
Ms. Meeks?
Okay, so you did kind of answer, the deployed tracking tool. You said that Dr. Cooper is developing something.
It's already developed and the school counselors have it.
Okay, they do. So So are we not using Craven Connect for high school planning anymore?
Craven Connect has not been used since I've been here. And so it was discussed when I first got here, and when the data was pulled, and this was something Deborah Longhans did when I first got here, it was not being utilized across the district. So I'm not even very familiar with it. So we have stopped paying for that. So it has not been utilized since I've been here.
Okay, so do you have any idea how the high schoolers are receiving their 4-year plans?
And how are they revised on a regular basis then?
That's the 4-year plans for advising, and actually we're supposed to be doing 4 and 6-year plan to account for 2 years after high school. That's something that myself, along with within my division with Holly Tolston and Jennifer Davis in CTE, that we're developing together, because they have to have that information for tracking within the Career and Technical Education Department. And also Ms. Rita Brown in EC, because they have to track our EC students through high school and beyond, particularly in our OCS program and for transition. So we're having to develop something that we hope will meet the needs of all 3 students in general, CTE needs, as well as ECP needs. So we're developing that.
Okay, and then for the CTE stuff, did the district's face-to-face schedule, because, kids only went 1 day a week, did that have, hinder the ability for kids to be able to do their credentialing? Because credentials are the 3rd proof of learning. So what were their credentials like?
We have not had any issues come up with credentialing this year because we've been able to have students on campus. So I may not be understanding your question.
So did the kids have any problems obtaining their credentials like they were supposed to, because they only went to school like 1 day a week? And I know back in the spring of last year, there was a huge issue with the availability of our nursing students being able to get their credentialing, and that was kind of a mess.
Right, we definitely had to work that out in the spring differently compared to this year, because of not having anybody on our campuses. So we had to figure out how to do that. We did get those students in, and we actually were able to observe some of them doing their work virtually. But all 3 of the high schools were able to accommodate those students and work those days out. Those teachers came in. Some of them came in one-on-one. Some of them had 3 students. But this year, because our buildings were open back up, they were able to come on campus, even if it was not on their 1 day a week.
Okay. And then when you told Ms. Clark that we don't have social workers in schools right now?
Our school system does not employ social workers right now.
So we don't have any social workers in our school system at all?
No, we had 2, was it 2 years ago? But they were 3.
We had 2 or 3 when I first got here, and then those positions went away in that budget. And then we had a grant for social workers that we used from, I can't remember the name of it.
I think it was 2018-19 that we had that, yes.
And we had social workers during that time, but since then we have not.
And what we ran into with that, because they were funded by a grant during that time, we couldn't guarantee that we would get the grant year after year, and they needed guaranteed employment, which any of us would be looking for.
Gotcha.
So,
and then are we offering professional development to teachers on classroom management and best practices at all, and how to handle disruptive incidents in the classroom before they?
From the district level, we have not specifically offered anything, but as a part of us looking at our out-of-school suspension and that being a part of the GO work, that is something we probably need to look at. And it may not be that everyone needs the same thing. Going back to Ms. Smith's question, so that we can assess what's needed at each school, because it may look different at each school, but that may be something definitely that we need to look into.
So then I guess we're not doing it for APs and principals either then?
No, not anything specific, no.
Okay, and then we were talking about like the seniors and graduation and all that stuff. I actually ran into a guidance counselor the other day in Harris Teeter, and we were having a conversation, and they have like 75 seniors right now, they told me, that were at risk of not graduating. So I'm kind of wondering, why was that data not provided to us today? So we could see where our seniors are and how many of them are at risk. I mean, end of May is going to be here before we know it. So we need to kind of know how many we need to really encourage to do that summer school and recovery credit.
Absolutely. And that is information that I can work on. Like I said, it was something that we're having as a next step, but I do understand the concern as far as timing. It doesn't mean that we're not working on it, but I understand the board's definite interest in wanting to know that as well. So yes, we can make note to work on getting that information to you.
I just thought, when they told me 75 seniors for one counselor, that's pretty steep.
Right, and that's not something they have communicated to us, but I will definitely follow up with each one of them.
That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. And just so I don't forget, Ms. Boomer, you asked a question. Oh, I'm sorry.
Ms. King,
No, Dr. Miller kept doing this, so I thought.
Okay.
you have one?
I was going to jump in.
Okay.
Yes.
Regarding the classroom management.
Yes.
We do provide that, particularly for our beginning teachers through our mentor program. So they get that at the beginning, when they first come to us and throughout the year. There's also modules, but that's specific to beginning teachers. So we do offer that. Certainly, Dr. Diggs spoke of doing more with that with our veteran teachers.
Right.
But I did want to.
Right, and doing something school-wide, yes.
Yeah, and say that. Thank you.
Ms. King?
My question is about the attendance piece. We're waiting to the end to follow up on attendance? Okay,
Ready to the, okay,
so school is almost over.
okay.
Okay, so when did we send Dr. Dawson and Hodges out to the principals to discuss the attendance piece?
They had their one-on-one meetings with those 7 principals last week, but we've been having conversations with all the principals throughout the school year.
Right.
So that's not the first time, but just having specific with those principals. One of the things that we didn't want to jump the gun on regarding that was because of how our students were attending school, because everyone, when it fluctuates month to month, as you saw from some of the earlier slides, we'd have a school that may have been 80% one month and then it jumped back up. And then the transition with our elementary students being different than our middle school students and students not having the opportunity to come more days a week, it was difficult to say this school is not doing well with that. So yes, as far as timing of that, not in a normal year, yes, that would have needed to have been done much earlier if we had schools that were even not below 95% early on. But this year, because of the transition, we didn't do it as early as far as having one-on-one meetings. And this is just action steps that are being developed as a part of our goal work. Obviously, moving forward, it would be a natural thing and an annual thing that we would do, but this was our first year of doing of it being a part of our goal work. So yes, as an overall improvement from a district level, timing would be something that we would need to address when it comes to having one-on-one meetings with principals. But going back to our principals meetings throughout the year, this has been an ongoing topic within our principals meetings. And then we would have, and not just a whole group, they would do breakout sessions within those, within our principals meetings to talk specifically about attendance strategies.
So principals didn't already know that their schools were below 95% attendance?
No, they know, yes. I mean, they have their attendance information even before we get it. So that, because they can look at it in real time every single day. We pull it once it's been approved each month. And so that's why we are sharing it by month and don't have the information. Like I wouldn't share information with you on I think it's month 8 that we would be at until that has been certified data. And that's when we bring it to you. But yes, principals can see their attendance like right now for each day.
Right, because attendance is in correlation with engagement, and engagement is in correlation with progression.
Yes, so we were not expecting principals to wait on us at all.
I think that's where I was trying to get.
They did not need to wait on us to take action.
I think we need to send a stronger message with that, because that is ultimately the building leader's responsibility.
Right, yes.
Okay, we need to jump on that sooner than later.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
And
Because
making
then we're
sure that
gonna have
and making
students
sure they
who we
don't
are
think they need
going
to wait
to-
on us.
Right, we have
Okay.
students we are going to promote that we don't even know where they are.
True.
That we've not seen. And I think that that's something that we're gonna have to answer for quite a few years.
Yes.
So we need to make sure that we're being accountable and responsible to our day-to-day operation, which attendance is paramount. And I don't mean to say it so strongly, but
It's true.
that's very,
Right, because
I
if
don't
they're-
like that. As a school principal, you need to be on your attendance.
Yes, because if they're not there, we can't do any of the other strategies
Right.
that anyone's talked about. Absolutely. Thank you.
So in defense of that, I'm going to go ahead and tell you, I got a phone call yesterday from my child's school.
So my child had a dental appointment this month. My child had an appointment with the community college to prepare for her CCP courses. My child had a little health issue yesterday, and all three of these incidences occurred about the same time. Shout out to Wendy Banks at New Bern High School. I will call her out because she straight up sent me an email yesterday. I did not know that Kaylee and her daddy had coordinated all this stuff. Sometimes communication is lacking at my household because we're all kind of busy. And Greg had sent the email, did not tell me that he had sent the email. I took the screenshot of Miss Banks's email to me, texted it to my daughter and said, "Where are you?" Okay. Everything was cleared up, and then I had to call Wendy and tell her, "I'm sorry for acting like a crazy mama and, telling you I'm going to kill my kid if she's just skipping school." But she is a 16-year-old girl and is pretty. So Kaylee wasn't doing anything shady, but Wendy was like, "Kelly, all this was happening about the same time." And I just figured, so shout out to Wendy Banks at New Bern High School because that happened yesterday. So they're paying attention.
We have to.
Victor, Mr. Dove,
I just want clarification on the attendance thing. How is it that the schools, like how you were just speaking, I don't see how the schools, the principals, the teachers can control the attendance of the kids if they're not coming. How can they
Not
make?
control it, be aware of it.
Okay.
Be aware of it and do what you can. Okay, making some contact, some parental, because we need to make sure that we are covering ourselves. So if Stephanie hasn't been to school all week, who has reached out to the parent? Class dojoed or emailed or Skyped or whatever your methods are, and document, because if it's not documented, it didn't happen.
So as I look across this, if this was 92s and 95%, that's not good attendance?
You want 95% or above.
I mean, in the whole school, that's kind of high it looks like to me, but
Right, but keeping in mind that this is for the whole district. So when you have schools with 98% average
They pull
with
you
some
up.
that are much lower, we're
that's
pulling
almost
one another
every
either
student
direction,
coming to
yes.
school every day.
That's the expectation.
That's impossible.
And
go on, Ms. Smith.
I just wanted to say that there are principals who are doing, there are several that when I visited their school, every Friday they're going out. Every Friday they're going out, home visits for the kids that have not shown up and that they've lost. So there are principals who are taking it really seriously and doing everything they can. Sometimes there's not anybody home when they go knocking, but they're trying.
Right, and so that was the reason we wanted them in February to share strategies. They were using, some of them are using part of their Wednesdays on that planning day to take care of those things and make those phone calls, so absolutely.
Could I just add a little bit of context also? I think the board, even last spring, but into the fall, was receiving feedback that we were calling too much about attendance. And that, so I really do think that there is a lot of attention and engagement with the attendance issue from our school leaders, and that they are doing, their guidance counselors, their teachers are really trying to follow up on absenteeism in classrooms. And I think that's reflected in our data, but as Dr. Diggs indicated, there's going to be variations in that data based on school and based on what's going on in families and in workplace situations with parents and how they can support students right now.
Right.
As students, especially at the secondary level, had so much time of remote learning, many of them started to take jobs. And now, this is a really unique problem, but now we're in competition in some regards with those students who are earning wages. Obviously, school comes first, but right now there's been some pushback about that from our students, that their schedules for work, for whatever reason, are dictating their schooling.
And we've had, just in conversation with one of our middle school principals last week, she had 3 students show up April 15th when we brought everyone back that they haven't seen since last March. And granted, that student has missed a lot in them trying to find that student and not engaging, but when everyone was able to come back, that student showed up. So it's been tough to locate some of them.
Anyone else have any more questions? I was going to, I do have one. And Dr. Diggs, and this is not anything for you to do right away.
Okay, right away. Okay.
Maybe by the time we meet next year for our first board meeting.
Okay.
But I would like to, I really would like to see if you could benchmark with some of the other systems to see if, to me, it seems like there should be, and I always go back to a dropout counselors in the school, because I remember when there were one, our dropout rate was not high. It had come down tremendously, and I never understood why we took those counselors from the schools. But I think they are very important. For one reason, is because it used to be when teachers when students missed a X number of days from their classes, they could go to the dropout counselor, give those names to that counselor. Those counselors had more flexibility and more time to get in contact with those parents, more so than the teacher did. Sometimes it just meant a phone call to a person's job, and parents don't want to be called on their jobs to let them know. Parents are working sometimes. They don't know that their teenage children are not in school. They don't know this. When they left home, it was the intent that they were going to school. Okay, and so, but if we got somebody who is responsible, working along with the teachers when child missed X number of days, that when there is an immediate response, that somebody can get in contact with the parent or the guardian to let them know, to alert them that this is going on. So I would like for, if you can, to benchmark with some of the other systems to see if they have one person who's working along with the teacher, who's doing something that can help keep in contact with the children. Teenagers have problems just like adults have problems. And sometimes when we can reach them in enough time, there's a reason why they're staying out of school. Some of them really got serious problems as to why they're not able or don't have the desire to go to school. We need to find a way that we can reach those children before they get to the point where they got 10 absences in one class and the rules say you can't pass. We don't need to wait till then. Like Ms. King said, we need to be looking at this all the time.
Okay.
Because most of the time there's a pattern with the same children. So if you can investigate that, to look at benchmark with some of the other system to see how they are working with because attendance and dropout go together. If you are not coming to school, then eventually you're going to drop out. So if we can find a way to make sure that their attendance is being well charted, that we can see the pattern there.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Social workers might help with that. I know that I'm pretty sure that we have social workers in all of the county as well. So, and the other part of that I just thought about is we actually don't have a threat assessment in Craven County Schools, which is different than our Alice training. And if we had social workers in our school system, that would also aid in some of that, I think. So I think we need to take a realistic look at getting some social workers back in our school system.
When you say threat assessment, what are you saying? Because counselor, if a child.
So at-risk children for behavior type issues that, if they're suspended or if they get mad or anything like that, there's just a difference between actual threat assessment and Alice training.
Right.
But we do have a threat assessment protocol.
I thought we did.
So that's what I
We
was
do. That's
trying to
what I'm
clarify.
asking.
Are
I'm
you
not
talking about
understanding.
having like a formal way to identify students that are at risk or a threat assessment protocol? We do have a threat assessment.
Way to identify students, but I think that, and then we do have an actual threat assessment,
Yes, the counselors do
Yes.
that.
so the counselors do that.
Right, if a child, if a child is contacted, if the counselor is
And we can get
contacted,
you more information on that, absolutely. Okay,
it's already in place.
yes.
It
So I'm
goes through
sorry,
the
I can provide it.
counselors.
She wasn't aware, so I wanted to make sure
Yeah.
we provided, but yes. we
The
do have that.
counselor, because this by law, if a child is threatened to his life, if the child is being abused, any of those things, if the counselor get word of that immediate response, if the child threatened to take his life, so they already in place, that threat assessment has to go to the parents have to be contacted, and those children have get some type of counseling or whatever before they are allowed to get back
Right,
into
it
the
gives them
school.
next steps
That
depending
it
on the
used to be that,
assessment.
right, so it should be already in place.
Okay, but we can do that.
I definitely agree with Ms. Neese about the, social.
Social workers, yeah, I put
Yeah, I
that
do
down.
too.
They
The
help
benchmark
us
as well.
tremendously.
Especially at the elementary level.
And middle school.
Those,
because
and
we-
middle school and elementary, we need social workers.
Yes, they
And we
help.
used to have them. So I don't know,
They
We were
really.
very excited with the grants. I think that's something we can lobby our legislators about.
Well, I would hope, and I hate to speak about, I would hope that now that we have to submit a mental health plan
That
from
is
every
real.
district, that they would hopefully fund that, but it could be another unfunded mandate with that, but, we're hoping that will come.
so it was always funded by a grant. It was not any help from the state or the local funds.
Social workers come in the same pot as nurses, social workers, media. Say that
They're
again?
not in the same budget.
Yeah, instructional support personnel. And so there are a specific amount of a lot of positions, and our need well outweighs what we're allotted. So we use them for counselors, for nurses, and for positions that have been prioritized in Craven County Schools.
Okay.
And the most recent ones were under a grant, but, like Dr. Dole was saying, we'd have to give up one of those others in order to hire a social worker in that spot, from state funds.
So nurses, social workers, and so forth and so on are not considered essential staff. So therefore, what would need to be done to change that? Is that something that has to be done at the state level, lobbying or whatnot? Because it's required, or is this something that we desire to have a nurse in a school?
Having a nurse in a school is not required per se, but we have to have school nurses in our system. There's a wide range, a very wide range in the districts across the state in their ratio of nurses to students. We have one of the lower ratios of nurses to students in Craven County schools, and I will say that that has really paid off for our children, not just this year, but every year. On the flip side, and I don't know about a ratio specific to social workers, if there's a recommended ratio, but the school nurses organization kind of puts data out about that, which I'm happy to share. But we get, as I said, an allotment for a large bucket of different types of instructional support staff. Social workers, nurses, and a couple of other positions are lumped in there. And so this board has made school nurses a real priority. Again, social work is something that I think everyone would agree is needed. It's a challenge, though, when you have two social workers, for example, meeting the needs of 25 schools. You're not getting really the services you need.
But
And
now
so-
we have none meeting any school.
Right, and so I will say our school counselors are doing a great deal of some of that work, and then working with our Department of Social Services to meet that need as
All
well.
right, so that's out of our hands. I got you.
The county commissioners also worked hard for our school nurse program as well, and they contributed greatly to that at one time. Are our school nurses, some of them paid out of local money?
I believe that we have some, I don't want to speak incorrectly, so I'll defer that response. We have more nurses, I think, than we have those instructional positions, so the instructional support positions. So I'll get you a specific answer after the fact.
Well, I was, this was a while ago, somebody was telling me there's a big need here for nurses, but you all are saying that we have them?
We used to not have them, but we have them now.
Because now aren't they like schools sharing nurses and they're going from 2 to 3 schools, one nurse?
Not anymore. The goal was to put a nurse in each school. Was that not?
So let me tell you a brief history, and I'm going to ask Dr. Miller to correct me.
But I just wanted to hear your answer.
Sure. And please, again, correct me if I say something wrong. As I was entering, the nurse allotment had changed because there was some significant budget challenges with Craven County Schools. It was not just school nurses, but it was teacher positions. It was lots of positions. At that time, I think our number of school nurses was 16 or 18. Again, please don't hold me to that number, but it was not 25. Some of this is directly related to what we've shared with the long-range facility master plan, in that we have several very small schools, 300 to 400 students, who are often in the situation where they have to share nurses. Craven County Schools, at the beginning of, before there was a COVID issue, really was prioritizing elementary school nursing support over secondary, for example. Obviously, this year that's changed. We've tried to increase the numbers of nurses. Ms. Clark has been a staunch proponent of school nurses in our buildings in each budget year, maybe 1 or 2. And I think we might have been up to maybe 18 before the pandemic hit. We've used funds, our ESSER funds, to provide nurses in every school when we could recruit them, because we're not just competing with other school systems now, we're competing with the hospital, with every kind of medical agency to get nurses. So right now we have the ability to have a nurse in every school. Whether we do or not is dependent upon whether we can find them.
Okay. Do we have any more questions?
I just would make a comment too. I'm aware of our need for social workers and really obviously support that. Thank goodness for our counselors and the work that they do. And we also have the SROs. And I do feel like that they're an integral part of collecting that information and threat assessment, what they're hearing on the ground, and referring appropriately back to counselors or otherwise to make sure resources, are brought in where it's needed. Again, I would be happier if some of that work was being able to be done by social workers too. And then not to leave out our school psychologists, but I have a feeling that they're stretched extremely thinly because they're more focused on the special education component.
We actually have, I think, a higher number of school psychologists per capita than some other districts. And so school psychologists, although yes, they do a great deal of work for our system, I think we have more per capita than we see in other systems. Again, don't hold me to that specifically, but I know we've asked that question in cabinet a couple of times. And Dr. Miller can provide a lot of illumination on some of these topics because she deals with the allotment.
Okay, to answer the question about social workers and nurses. Nurses are paid through state 069, which is at-risk funding that comes from the state, and also 032, which is low wealth. And also and the social workers would be paid out of the same at-risk 069 that nurses are paid out of. One more thing, we did have contract nurses this year due to the unique situation we're in, and we've used COVID funds to pay for them. Okay.
So let me just correct that what I said earlier about the instructional support, they're not pulled out of that fund. They're pulled out of a dollar allotment at risk, which also pays for lots of other at-risk services for students.
And that's the grant you all were referring to? So they're not paid out of a grant?
No, a couple of years ago, we had a grant and we hired social workers, but we didn't, it was a 1-year grant. And so they sought other employment because we couldn't guarantee that we would get the grant again for the next school year. But there is an opportunity to pay it out of the funds that she was just saying, but those funds cover other positions and other needs. So you've got to make a decision as to how you use it.
Right.
Any more questions? I would like to propose at this time that we take a break.
Ms. Boomer, did you want the summer school information you were asking about before you go on break?
I want a break.
You want a break? Okay,
Yes.
I will wait for you to get back from your break.
We need a break.
be perfect.
I call this meeting back to order. Dr. Diggs, you may finish your report, please.
Okay, well, this wasn't a part of my organizational review report, but this question came up earlier regarding sharing summer school information. The information went out to the principals yesterday.
Okay.
On Monday, we had sessions with the principals throughout the day for them to be able to receive the information, ask questions, help us vet what we were planning from the initial stages. We made some improvements and we sent that final information out to them yesterday so that they would be able to start sharing it with families, with teachers, as well as teachers being able to start applying for summer school if they're interested in working and parents start enrolling. And then Ms. Wagner, by the end of the day, will blast it out in all of her media forms for our students and parents. But we did have the opportunity on Monday. I gave the principals 5 different times they could join, as well as the assistant principals and the CNI directors. And then we went through all of the information. They asked some really good questions, some minor things, or in one case, a major thing we had overlooked that we needed to make a part of the plan. And so all of that information is going out. So what Dr. Doyle shared with the board, I think late last night, is the information that will be going out as far as the flyer, the enrollment application, and all of that.
And what is the date?
The dates of summer school, June 7th through July 15th.
Okay.
We had to plan for either 30 days or 150 instructional hours. So we
Okay.
decided to plan for the 150 instructional hours.
Okay. Okay, very good. And I have one more
I
question.
like the hours.
I have one more question.
Yes, ma'am.
I had a 4th grader to tell me yesterday that EOGs begin in 11 days. What is that? What is the date for
That's
those?
probably about right for
What's
elementary.
the date for that?
Yeah, because they have a 10-day testing window for
I
elementary.
just want the parents to know the dates.
Okay, yes, the schools have had that information for a little while, so that has been coming out, and I can get with Ms. Wagner and Dr. Cooper so we can send it out from the district level. But
Right.
the schools have been sharing that as
Right.
well.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right, you're welcome.
That was shared in
Did you hear that?
There might be some mamas and grandmamas like me that didn't see the information. Okay, right, so we would appreciate if you could, okay, thank you, that'd be great. Dr. Miller, thank you.
I am excited to present to you an update on Goal 2 today. The first thing I hope you're noticing is you're hearing us talk about one another, like Ms. Wagner's going to say this and Dr. Diggs is going to say this. So I hope you're starting to see the intersect of our goal work and our processes. And when you align a system, that's what you hope to start to see. So I hope you're hearing that and that we're not walking on one another. We're actually supporting the work of one another.
It's
So
already written on my list of pluses.
good. So we're not working in isolation. We're working together to make things better. So I will talk to you today about Goal 2, the educator. And of course, you know, we want a diverse and agile team of educators in Craven County Schools. And our measure there is to be at or below the state turnover, which last year was 12.47%. So this goal has 4 areas, our strategies, and basically we want to do a great job at attracting, hiring, developing, and retaining a high-quality staff. So a little update on where we are since we last spoke. As you're aware, we have a turnover that's higher than the state average. So we've been working really hard to develop recruitment strategies that we have been implementing to attract a diverse candidate pool by participating and hosting virtual recruitment fairs. So I gave out the projected allotments for next year in February, which is earlier than we ever have, so that school leaders would have the opportunity to reach out and recruit folks ahead of everyone else. So got very positive feedback about that, which allowed us to implement early recruitment initiatives, such as, I hope many of you saw the billboards as you crossed the bridge. We participated in Craven Works down at the park. We have working again, as you see the connection, Jennifer and I, on social media to constantly put information out about Craven County Schools and opportunities for employment. We also registered Craven County, and principals were given direction on how to register in something called Handshake, and I've talked a little bit about that before, but that's a platform to reach out to 180 colleges across the United States to share the great things about Craven County Schools and what we have to offer. We participated in virtual fairs with UNC Wilmington and ECU, and we hosted 2 virtual recruitment fairs of our own early this year, one on March 20th and one on March 24th, a Saturday and a Wednesday. And I just want to thank the board members who popped in on those. I think that meant a lot to our school leaders for your support on those occasions. The other improvement opportunity is less than 10% of our employees were completing an exit survey. And the board has constantly asked me for information on that. And when only 10% of your folks do that, you don't get real good data because it's a limited pool of information. So we worked really hard to implement an electronic resignation process. And I'm happy to report we've gone, and it was well below 10%, and we're now at 96% of our employees since January 1 have completed an exit survey. So we're getting more feedback, and that's going to help drive continuous improvement. So being at 96%, we have a better pulse on any improvement efforts that we can take, and helps us with vacancies. It helps us to make improvements so that our next round of folks, we often say that when we're just looking at exit survey, it's an autopsy, right? It's folks that have already gone, but we hope to learn from that information so that we can make changes so that folks don't leave in the future for those same reasons. We do still have work to do in this area, and I'm going to talk about that at the end of the presentation about next steps. The next area, there was no current development program for school leaders that would help them with research best practices, district expectations, and initiatives. So we implemented, I really brought back, we did this years ago for those of you who've been around a while, Leadership Academy. We actually talked about as a cabinet and got input from school leaders about what it should look like. And we really were committed to modeling what we want a teacher to be like in the classroom, not a sit and get. It was an interactive process, and I will share some of the things we did later with that. So we've shared research in recruiting and retaining teachers. We've got feedback on the development of a Craven County School profile of an educator in our district, and I want to share more about that later. And we've actually done simulation activities, which the HR folks really enjoy doing. We gave them applications, and we said, you're going to hire these folks, and you're going to complete an application packet. And some of my folks, we get stuff piecemeal and things like, they enjoy going around and go, this just came in on the fax machine. We just got this. And they would go, wait a minute, this is too confusing. And then one principal said, I get what you're trying to say. That if things come in an orderly manner and we have processes and flow charts to direct that, we can all speed through the recommendation process quickly. And we don't lose an employee to another district because our processes aren't aligned. And so that really helped principals understand why we do what we do. And they also gave us input about how to speed up the process. In the last 2 years, Craven County has more than doubled the number of teachers entering with an alternative license. Our licensure specialist, Ms. Cordova, has been reaching out to all of our folks and doing check-ins. We've provided training in Leadership Academy about alternative license. The principals also were given research strategy on recruiting and retaining high-quality staff. And we understand that it's going to take a different kind of support for an alternatively licensed teacher. In a couple of weeks, Ms. Cordova, myself, and each principal that has an alternatively licensed teacher are going to sit down and have a face-to-face about next steps, because there's coursework and licensure tests that have to be completed in order to be employed for the next year. So I'm really sure that these folks understand that, and we provide any supports to make that happen. So that's kind of what's happened since we last talked. So I'm just going to kind of give you an update. You've seen this graph before. This is up to last year's turnover. We were at 17.3. The region without Craven, 12.55, and the state 12.47. So we've got some work to do to get us below that state average. So this was 151 was our turnover number for last year, and our projected number is 168. I'm hoping it's going to be a little less than that because the licensure turnover of 168 includes some licensed staff that may not be counted in the teacher turnover report, such as principals, et cetera. So in speaking with some of the teachers that retired, and I have to say this number's up, and I'm going to share some more data. And you'll see the months where we had the highest turnover. There's a correlation to what was happening in our district. So the folks that talked with me personally about retiring, due to COVID, due to concerns about health and safety. I shared with every one of them that once this is over, I want you to know you can come home. And that's what we want you to do. And I do believe some of our teachers will come back. So this is the turnover by month. We're trying to do a better job of keeping a pulse on this. So I want you to look at June, and that's our typical end of the year when folks retire, right? Anybody remember what happened in October? Started back face to face. And the other one, December, because we knew in January what was coming, bringing our students back 4 days. So you can see some of the highest areas correlate to people being nervous. You know, this was an unprecedented time for all of us. So we had some folks that left during those times. And you guys stop me if you have any questions. So about the exit survey, and I need to say this is self-reported. They go in, they have drop downs. If you're a teacher, you get certain options to answer. If you're a TA, you get certain options. So that this graph comes from that exit survey from January 1 when we implemented until April 16th. So these are resignations by position. So you will see our largest group of resignations came from our teachers. Our next, teacher assistants, those in close contact with students. And then you'll see there's some other resignations in there. We had 80, so this is a percent breakdown by position. Next, this is by reason, and you can see our top 5 reasons. Number 1, there you go, retirement. Second, career change. Keeping in mind that many of those were alternatively licensed teachers, and they decided that teaching wasn't for them. Next, we have relocation within North Carolina. I want to follow up on this because I want to see if these folks, if that was, they choose the response, but I'm curious if they went to another LEA in North Carolina or they just moved. And so I want to make sure that we look at, a lot of folks, whatever they get to first, they'll click. So they saw that, oh yeah, I'm moving, and they'll click that. So I want to do some further study on that to determine if they went to another LEA. Another thing is they can move to another area and not have a job in an LEA and later find a position. That happened with about 5 folks last year. They were not reported as going to another LEA, and October and November, they were hired, and which is after the turnover period, you know, and I don't personally like how that's calculated in DPI because they didn't leave us to go to another LEA. They left, and 5 months later, they got another job, and that's still reported as leaving to another LEA. So I'm keeping a pulse on that as well, so I'll be able to report that out to you when the turnover is made final. So here's the exit survey information. So some of the questions we asked, were you encouraged to submit ideas? 88.16% of those that completed the exit survey, which was 96% of those that left since January, say that they were encouraged to submit ideas. And were you treated fairly? 90.79%. Was salary a factor? 76%, a little over 76 said was not. So we can see that's 24% still say salary is a factor. Understanding that the state sets the salary, but certainly we've done a lot with our local supplement of 10% to try to increase the salary for teachers. We've also done a lot, and I think I've shared with the board, in our classified staff, looking at those as we can, because that comes from a different, the state doesn't allot us with that. So we're trying to be fair and equitable in our salaries for all of our staff.
What time period does this survey cover?
January until April 16th. So I hope you see, this is like PDSA in action, because one of the things that we've had conversation at my goal team is, does it tell us enough to make changes? So we're thinking, well, we're not thinking, we're going to design the questions to be more specific. So it will give us real specific information. So if you say salary was a factor, then I want to know, was it the state salary? Was it the local supplement? So we're working on revising the survey, so I'll have more detailed information that will drive our continuous improvement efforts. So I shared with you about the virtual recruitment fair, and great feedback from our diversity task force that we need to do a better job of highlighting diversity in all of our advertisements and any brochures. So I have made, as well as my goal team, an intentional effort to highlight diversity and teachers of color in all of our information. So I hope the Diversity Task Force sees that their voice is being heard as we continue to make changes. In the virtual recruitment guide, again, listening to the voice of our customer, the principal, we shared best practices, processes, but we also shared that they help develop expectations. Some things are best practices and are really nice to do and will help you with recruitment. Other things are expectations, such as dress professional, just like you would if we were having a face-to-face event. Your background should be professional, because when folks log in, they're judging Craven County Schools by their interaction with their people. Another expectation was the people on the screen that day should show diversity. And one school said, I'm struggling with that. I said, you have TAs. Aren't they going to be working with these folks that are going to be hired? Absolutely. So we had TAs. But I want people to be able to log into Craven County Schools and see folks that look like them, so they know they can find a place. Next, a little bit about Leadership Academy, and the principal part of their Leadership Academy is to listen to this review, and we're going to get some feedback from them tomorrow. But I just have to say, much like when I was in the classroom, when you plan a training, you end up becoming the learner as much as the leader. So I was a leader, but yet I was a learner, because it's not a sit and get, it's an interaction between the principals, and they have helped me so much grow and know what I can do to support them. So this again shows alignment to the Performance Excellence Framework, also the division and strategic plan goals and what we can do to get together to get better. So we've had 2 sessions on leadership. We've had 1 on HR, and we'll have another on HR. So I just want to show you, because I'm like the show and tell type person, like I was in the classroom. And I've asked Vanna, AKA Jennifer Wagner. We asked principals, so tell me what a profile of a Craven County school educator, what is the person you're looking for? And this is an example of what they did. And I also have posters on break on the walls of other groups. But what we're going to do is take this information and come up with one profile of a Craven County school educator. And that's the type person we're going to attempt to recruit. So I just wanted you to see that that's another way we're listening to a voice of the customer. Our principals are our customers, and we work together. So we got their input. I mean, it's very interesting, some of the things they said. One group even said the hands, they do the work, the feet, they're in it with their team, the head, they have pedagogy knowledge, and then in the middle was their heart. They have to have a passion for education. So I thought they did a great job with that. So thank you, Ms. Wagner, for sharing that. Next, alternatively licensed teachers. And just to remind you, the residency means you have at least 24 semester hours. Emergency, you may not have the GPA of 2.7 to get in the EPP, or the degree may not be related. Lateral, that's gone away, but we still have a few folks that are finishing up that degree. And then provisional, those are folks that maybe have a clear license in middle school science and they want to teach science at the high school level. We can get them a provisional until they can meet their coursework or praxis test. So just to let you know, these numbers are increasing. So that tells us that we're going to have to do a better job of support, because we know these teachers are 3 times more likely to resign than those trained through through a traditional educator prep program. So they're going to need a different type of support. Through March, we had beginning teachers, 20 beginning teachers resign. Of those 20, 11 held an alternative license. So that's telling us we've got some work to do.
Dr. Doyle, can you give us some of the reasons? Dr. Doyle. Dr. Miller, can you give us some of the reasons why you think that happened?
Well, I think, and I'm just going to be honest with you, I don't know any other way to be. A lot of folks think teaching is easy until they get in and try to do the work.
Right.
And it's not an 8 to 3 and flee is what many folks think. That our teachers work hard. I'm here. Listen, I've got to give them a shout out today. They don't have students, so I hope some are tuning in. That they've done amazing things in our classrooms, but they do amazing things on Saturdays and Sunday afternoons and late into the evening, calling parents. So I think when folks get in, particularly alternatively licensed, it's hard enough for somebody who went through a traditional education program to manage, I've heard today, classroom management, lesson plans,
Right.
curriculum, all the things we've talked about. So you're getting someone that doesn't have that degree. They're trying to do all those things as well and go back to school and prepare for a praxis test.
Right.
And add virtual learning and COVID protocols on top of it.
On top of that.
Definitely.
So you could have someone with a degree in business management and they're already, a little behind in learning how to do that. Have we got some great folks through alternative license? Absolutely. But we just have to know that they're going to struggle. One teacher told me this week, Dr. Miller, I want to ask for help, but I don't know what I don't know. And I thought, you sound like someone else. I hear a lot talk about that. They don't know how to ask for help. So we're going to have to do a better job of reaching out to them and saying, what can I do to help you? And them feeling real honest to say to us, I don't know how I need help. And continue to talk until we can do that. Learning systems coaches are going in classrooms to help them with that. Mentors are doing that. And then coaches at the school level, from the cabinet level, principals are in classrooms. They're reaching out to us. So we need to continue just to provide additional support. But understand that teaching is not easy. Right. It's just simply not easy.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, so next steps, the so what? So we have a high number of alternatively licensed teachers. So as I just said, it's almost like Ms. Boomer was leading me into this. So mentors, learning systems coaches, and school leaders will work together to develop support plans that are specific to alternatively licensed teachers. And we're going to do that at Leadership Academy, work with them. We're going to do licensure support shops. I'll be glad when we can get back face to face, because we can get together and folks that have gone through alternatively licensed programs and passed the praxis can work with us to help teach others, help tutor them, work with them in preparing for the praxis testing. Exit survey results shows we have areas to improve. So as I shared, we're going to review the data to determine if they're trends, but also we're going to redesign the exit survey to better align with the North Carolina Teacher Working Conditions Survey, so they're more specific, so that we can get data to drive continuous improvement efforts. So the turnover is above the 12.47% goal. And so we're going to start a TA to teacher initiative. And I have money in the HR budget that we will actually provide financial support for our teacher assistants to become teachers and support them in that.
Right.
We're distributing and developing pamphlets, and Ms. Wagner, again, our Go Works Crossing Each Other, is helping me do that, to talk about the benefits of working in Craven County Schools. And I will share some of them with you guys, so that when folks like Mr. Dove just shared with me, I think I know someone that might want to be a teacher, that you can have something that can hand them information, has my contact, and has that we support them financially, so that we all can work together to sell Craven County Schools as a great place to work and to continue to be a learner.
Right.
We also want to continue to work with the Diversity Task Force to provide input on the recruitment and retention efforts of a diverse teaching force. One of the things the task members asked for was to have an audience with the principals. So we're planning to do that at one of the Leadership Academies, so we can have some courageous dialogue about what we need to do better to have a more diverse teaching staff. Recruitment and retention deployed at the school. We want to spotlight those folks who are doing it right and have things in place that are helping us with recruitment and retention. And then a process to survey and actually sit down and talk with new and beginning teachers and those with alternative license to find out what we can do better to support our teachers. So those are our next steps. And I'm open to any questions you may have.
Ms. Muse, then Ms. Clark, and then Ms. Smith, and then Ms. King.
Okay, Dr. Miller. So who is involved in our recruiting process? Are any of our teachers, like, especially for like ECU, and are any of our teachers still involved in the actual recruiting process?
And when we were face-to-face, we would get someone that actually graduated from that school and take them with us. And we have done that. The virtual recruiting's been a little bit of an issue, but we plan to do that. When we get back face-to-face, we get a teacher that's been successful here, like UNC Wilmington. We've taken our teacher of the year with us before, but I think it's really powerful that we take someone like from Central that make a connection there,
that we take someone that actually went to that college or university with us. So yes, we've done that. We will continue to do that when we're back face to face.
And I know we've broken out some of the data. But have we looked at like certain subject areas, like we have more math teachers resigning than English teachers, or we have more, have we looked at that? And like, I know we've looked at experience level.
We have. And we've
So-
looked at grade level, not subject area. We've looked at grade level and licensure type. That I'll be happy to take a look and see if it's any subject area. I will tell you the hardest to recruit, math, science, and special education remain our hardest, which is
Right.
across the state and nation.
And then the other concerns I've been getting, so it seems like it takes us, once we pick a candidate, it takes a long time to actually get them hired. It seems like our paperwork is bottlenecking up, and that, you might hire somebody in December, but their paperwork isn't processed until March. So who wants to wait 3 months for a job, right? So, is there anything that we can do to streamline those processes to keep that paperwork from bottlenecking?
And I'll tell you, we've done several things. One of the things we did at Leadership Academy is actually developed a checklist that when they send the application to us, it has the background check information, the transcript. It has all that, so we don't have to put it in a wait pile. And we have a system where it's logged in and it will show, so a principal doesn't have to call and say, where is it? It'll show, like it's with me, it's with Dr. Dole, it's with the licensure specialist. So if they see, they can call and say, is there something wrong with licensure? I see it's been there a couple of days and I can check on it. So we've done several things, but we can always get better, and we're always trying to improve. Principals, believe me, and directors, if it takes too long, they will give us a call and say, what's up? Do you need something from me? So we continue to try to listen to our customers and speed that process along and stay in touch with the candidates. So they know we still want you. Here's what we need from you. So thanks for that question. We can always get better at that.
I would think that would probably just, I would think that that's not happening consistently. What time frame did you say?
Some of the feedback that I've been getting is that it's kind of
When you
been
said some, did you mean a whole 1, 2, 3?
I would
Oh,
say
that's
probably,
not
I would say probably, I know that there were 3 staff members that wanted to be hired in December, but the paperwork didn't get processed till March. And I have received feedback from several principals in the district as well as the transportation department that it seems to be an issue, that there's just a lag in processing paperwork.
And we will continue to look at that and try to speed it up. As soon as we get a completed packet, we will process it as quickly as possible. But I think one of the things we can do is continue to reach out to the candidates so they know they're not just wondering where we are. So I appreciate the feedback.
And the reason I say that is because we don't want to convey to the public, and people don't want to apply because they say, I can get a job somewhere else, because Craven County School System is not being quickly to process my application or to make, because I'm losing money if I put an application. And I'm not on the payroll, I do it in December. And if I'm not on payroll until March, look how much money I have lost. And it's not retroactive. So when we say this, I want to make sure that the message does not go out to the public. Don't apply to Craven County School System because your application may not get processed for 5 to 6 months down the road. But we need to be, we need to make that clear that that is not something that's consistently done. And if it is, then there's something that we need to do about it. But I just want to make sure that we make that clear.
Well, and again, the principals are listening today, and I want to make myself available if there's isolated situations like that. They always can reach out to me, and I try to hustle and get what they need, and I'm happy to follow up because we don't want that to be, we want it to be the rare thing, not the common.
Exactly. That's what I'm trying to make sure that this is rare, it's not common.
Thank you for that as well.
Any more questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. We're going down. Okay.
You
I'm
want
sorry.
me to defer to them since I went?
You're fine. Go on. We team players. It doesn't matter.
I have some comments and questions, Dr. Miller, and thank you for your presentation. The first thing, and the hit dog will holler, my grandma used to say, make sure that you continue to encourage your seasoned teachers and not just hone in on the beginning teachers. Seasoned teachers need affirmation and training and encouragement. And that's all I'll say about that, okay?
And can I comment on that?
Yes, ma'am.
I appreciate that, and I think we're doing that through our re-engagement with continuous improvement. Those folks doing the right thing. If they're been here 35 years, we go in their classroom, they get feedback from the learning systems coaches, from Ms. Wheeler, from Ms. Lee. So you're exactly right. And that's one of the things my goal team's talking a lot about how to celebrate our staff from the first day until the last day they're with us. So I appreciate that, and you're exactly right. We don't want anyone to get lost and just think it's only this group. So I appreciate it.
And it's not just celebrating your seasoned teachers. They probably want and need professional development as well as your other teachers. So that's just something to consider. And then I have some more questions, Madam Chair. With regard to our high turnover, is EC department the highest, or can you categorize it like that?
We are working on that now to determine specifics, but I will get you that information. My division is actually working on that today by division and now Ms. Muse has asked for like licensure type. So we will.
I don't need any concrete data at this point, because I'm gonna say what I have to say. I'm a strong proponent. All our teachers work hard, but if we want to talk about recruiting and retaining our EC department, we need to pay them. Whether it's some sort of bonus, whether it's no longer having them work during planning without paying them. That's just something to consider, Dr. Miller.
And you know, you're preaching to the choir, right? I mean,
Yes, ma'am.
EC teachers. So
Yes.
I totally understand. That's something some districts do. So we certainly can look at that, because that is and with math and science as well.
Yes.
Our areas of recruitment need, we can look at and talk about signing those.
Are you also aware, since we talk about recruitment and retaining, that one of our adjacent counties is providing a signing bonus for summer school teachers?
And we are doing that as well. That is in some of the legislation, and I will actually, without giving out too much information, that there's actually a I guess suggested amount, and our amount is going to exceed the amount that's been
good.
suggested.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Again,
we're recruiting
I'm
for that
making
too.
a friendly inquiry. With regard to, and I know we are also compounded with a high turnover rate anyhow, but still, I'm going to hone in a little bit on minority recruitment. We've talked about, and we're kicking the can down the curb. Yes, it's nice if we go to historically Black colleges. Yes, it's nice if we look at TA. Yes, it's nice if we have referrals, but there also is a very good minority teaching recruitment firm, NIMNET, and I strongly encourage you to pursue that. Two more. The exit surveys, Dr. Miller, do you think that they're being candid?
Well, and I get asked that a lot, and I can only go on what people say in their exit survey. And I'll tell you, a lot of folks, for whatever reason, don't want to give honest feedback, and I want to say this publicly, that really doesn't help us get better.
Thank you.
And there's no effort to retaliate, or if folks don't give us honest feedback, we don't have the data to get better. So all I can tell you is what they put in their exit survey, and I can't judge is this right or wrong, or so I would just encourage people to give us honest and direct feedback. If they feel like they can't do that in the exit survey, they certainly can reach out to me and give me information that will help me design strategies to address those areas of concern.
So they're contacting some of us, and they aren't being as candid as they should be. And I encourage them to call you because it can't be rectified without them being very candid.
And I would totally agree.
Especially if they're leaving. When is the diversity task force meeting again?
I knew you were going to ask me that. We haven't set a date, but I plan to do that this week. I want it to align with the next Leadership Academy because I want them to participate in that event. And I asked the principals, I want to get with them and select a date that works for them with everything that's going on now. We actually had one scheduled for this past Monday, but to use our listening system, I asked the principals and we let them go into breakout groups without any of us there and asked them, do you want to have leadership or would you rather reschedule? overwhelmingly, they wanted to reschedule. So as soon as that date, and you're on that task force, so you will get an invitation for that. So as soon as we get that next date scheduled, I will be sending that out to the task force.
And lastly, I'm suggesting that Mr. Victor Dove also serve on that committee as well as anyone else who wants to. Be. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your feedback.
It's not a question as much as it is the constant encouragement that she gives the graduation counselor is for some support for national board certification. Because more and more teachers are doing that, especially since North Carolina has taken away, master's pay. And there's really no support for them like we used to have. And we used to be the highest in the state for those nationally certified teachers. So I would really just my constant drumbeat is let's get some support back in for those folks trying to do that.
And I agree. And I actually talked with Mr. Alpaca about that a week or so ago. I remember the days of camp and we'd have 25 candidates. And this year, I believe we have 2. So cutting out the support funding has really hindered folks wanting to take that investment. And I always say you can pay it back with that 12%, but they do have to come up with that. So there are loans that they can take, and I'm constantly trying to send out information and get in touch with teachers and send information about support sessions that I get to those folks I know that are pursuing that. But I too would like to see us get back to having a room full of folks.
Yeah, because I strongly believe that's a retention tool for your more seasoned folks. When you get in there and get that investment in them, when they see us investing in them, and then they get stronger, they get more confident, they get more reignited and passionate about teaching again.
It is the best professional development I ever had because it's solely about you and your practice.
Right.
So I appreciate that. Good feedback.
Ms. King?
Okay. 2 quick things. First is about teacher cadet. Because if our focus is on recruiting, that's one of the best measures, best tools is to provide it in the school so that we can continue to motivate our young people to enter the field of education, even if we can't have it as a separate class. I was sitting here thinking, we could add that component into like an AVID course, AVID class, something so that they will that we can continue to touch as many students as possible with education at the top of their mind. Okay, because most people, if you ask them why they became a teacher, is because a teacher that they had.
Exactly.
Okay, that wasn't my case. My daddy made me do this because he could see further than I could. But I think that's very important. We have to make, if it's important to the school system, it needs to be important in the school. And in order to be important in the school, we have to make sure it's intentional, that we're teaching, that we want teachers, and that teachers are essential people. The second thing is, and I think I said this before, I love the exit survey. I love it. Thank you. But I think it makes us more reactive than proactive. Because I heard you say, and I saw your face getting a little flush. That's the only way that I can find out what's going on. But I disagree. I think those day-to-day conversations with people in the building, part of our training my training is to talk to my irreplaceable teachers. Well, I told Dr. Brown that all my teachers are irreplaceable. So he said, we'll have a conversation with every one of them. So I started before Christmas, having a conversation with each person. And I had a teacher that broke down that was going to leave. And I asked her then, what can I do to keep you here? Because I don't want to lose you. And it was something as simple as, well, you got me teaching science, and I'm not a science teacher. So I said, well, do you want to be a science teacher? No, I just want to teach math. So we made some changes to her schedule. That can't always happen, but I think it allows, even if we are not able to do everything that a teacher wants us to do, I think listening, taking the time to listen to what their concerns are before they get to an exit survey. Because at that point, their mind is pretty much made up. Right, I love that part. But having those crucial conversations with the people in our building, and guess who? And you know this because you were an excellent educator. One of the best people to talk to about what's going on in your building are your building custodians. They know who's happy, who's sad, who's mad, and who's glad.
Who's about ready to
Who's
fight?
leaving.
Who's about ready to fight?
They know, so having conversations with them about, what's going on with seventh grade team, and they can spill it out. And I know I'm preaching to the choir because you know all this, but that's important because if we don't, we're going to continue to see the exit survey get like this and our, teaching pools continue to get smaller.
And Ms. King, I'm glad you said that because especially when you brought out the custodian, bus drivers, cafeteria
They
workers,
know.
and this let everybody, and this is part of the team building process because everybody is an essential piece in your school. It's not about the position that we hold. It's about relationship. It is about all of us being there for the same common goal. And so we use the resources that we have in our school. That's why I am a firm believer. You don't treat people according to their positions. And that happens a lot of time. And that's why we get some exit surveys as well. We treat people with dignity and respect with regardless to what position they hold. And if we do that, and we do it for every individual that we have, from the bus driver, the custodian, to the teacher, to the principal, to the top person in school, in the district, whatever it is, as long as we do that, I believe that things can improve. I actually believe they can improve because I say it over and over again, people don't care how much we know. They don't care who we are. They don't care about anything until we let them know that we care about them. If we don't ever let folks know that we care, we are fighting a losing battle, and nobody is going to accomplish anything in anything that we do.
And I agree with everything you both said. We're going to look at developing a support plan because that has to be intentional. And like you say, sometimes it's just listening because I've had people say, there's nothing you can do. I just needed you to know, like I'm stressed out. What can I do? And principals then can say what they need from any of us supports, and then we follow up on that. So I totally agree with what you said. And I would say bus drivers, custodians, they're educators too. We're all educators. And without each other,
everybody,
we would not be successful. So I appreciate all the input and feedback, and I will take that back to the goal team, and we will continue to work to make Craven County Schools the great place it is.
I would like to add something. I saw on social media this morning. I was very impressed. I hadn't noticed it before. We're talking about how everyone is an educator in a school, custodians, child nutrition, bus drivers, everybody. Carteret County, actually, we have principal of the year and teacher of the year. On social media this morning, I saw that Carteret County actually recognizes a bus driver of the year, a secretary of the year, a bookkeeper of the year, the same as they would a principal or a teacher. So I thought that was really, I hadn't seen that before. And I was like, oh, so I was just really surprised by it.
Right, and that's a good thing too. And we kind of did that. We didn't call it of the year, but it's the essential piece.
We did.
And I don't want to say COVID because there's still ways we can celebrate folks. But the board would go in every Wednesday. Our teachers, missed that, and we would go out and celebrate. Every month we had a different person, and we would give them a T-shirt, and that meant so much to them. And it was just a T-shirt, but it was the fact of particularly from you guys saying we value you. So we will continue to do that. And I still have all the little pins, and I'm an essential piece. I still see them floating around on people's name tags. So it goes back to what Ms. Clark is saying and Ms. King, what all of you are saying. Sometimes it just takes acknowledging someone and saying, I appreciate you. So we all can do a better job of that. So I personally will commit to do that.
And once upon a time, not many years ago, because that was my goal, and Jennifer and I worked together, we would recognize a different group of people. Like we recognized the nurses, we have recognized the bus drivers, we have recognized all of them at one point, not the same. And we was trying to kind of alternate it. And that really inspired people. And that goes into what Ms. Muse was saying. Yeah, people like recognition. And that way we recognize everybody, not just one group of people, but we recognize everybody to let everybody know that they are special, they are essential.
And we still have those things in place that
We
will
do.
kick back in when this goes, right?
Right. I've got all the stuff in my office, certificates, the little
Right.
pins. And I really miss doing that because we would do it as a surprise and it was really nice. They were like, why are you here? And he said, we're here to spotlight you because you're essential to our work.
Yeah.
And I see those little pins. So we think something's not really that important, but it really can make all the difference in the world to someone just to say, I appreciate you and you're doing a great job. We couldn't do it without you. So I will take back to my goal team everything you said. We will continue to work to acknowledge all of our employees and retain great folks.
And I still have those 2 essential t-shirts at my house.
Yeah, I had somebody
where
making
we
the
left,
t-shirts
where we
for me.
left off the last time. I can't wear them, so I have to keep them. Thank you. Any more questions?
Dr.
Mr.
Miller,
Ipock?
a couple of questions. I was wondering, when we talk about surrounding counties, if we're aware of any bonuses being given in EC, math, science, any of these areas, that we're all competing for the same teachers.
And we are, I'm not sure in this region, but I can find that out. But I know like Charlotte, it's hard to compete with them, but there's like a $10,000 signing bonus for an EC teacher. So yeah, some of that's being done, but just understand we have the same pot of money. So we're trying to figure out how to support folks and get folks with limited funds, because much of our money is based on ADM, which is not in my goal, but it certainly aligns with my goal because we got to get our families, our teachers, and everyone to come back to us when all this is over so we can get our ADM up, so we can get funding up, so we can do some of these creative and innovative ways, things you're talking about. So.
And the second question is more of a comment. I think you remember well camp and our efforts to recruit people to look at national board certification. And as I remember, all the energy around that really was our national board certified teachers. At first, if you remember, I think you remember very well.
I do.
A very small group, but created an energy that made a lot of people join in, and therefore we were able to offer camp, support that idea. So I don't know how we prime this pump, but we've got a few recent national board certified teachers. We've got a whole host that are still out the system. Maybe there's some energy to get something cranked up and recruit and get back to where we were in that effort. One of the beauties of it, I thought, was that we also invited candidates from surrounding counties to participate, which enriched our group that was going through, and also helped identify us as who we were. So thank you for that early work.
And we still have work to do, but again, the support from, the level beyond this has dwindled, but certainly we have folks still interested, and it's a worthy process, and we will continue to find ways to encourage folks. And again, it goes back to what you're saying. Sometimes it takes one teacher going to another and saying, I'll help you. You really need to do this. It's great professional development. So I appreciate that, people.
We will always have work to do. So, I mean, I appreciate the way you're taking the feedback because we will always, we're never, and the day that we're done, I mean, we all need to walk away, right? Because we will always be trying to do that.
I still do this after all these years because I'm still a learner. That's what's exciting.
Mhm. Any more questions for Dr. Miller? Thank you, Dr. Miller. Thank you. And Mr. Stacy Lee.
Need one second.
Okay, guys, go ahead and figure out this quickly. Not really. That's a joke,
I
right?
like that.
He's on candid camera.
All right, we ready? Okay, so good afternoon, everybody. I'm happy to be here today sharing updates from two operational departments, technology and transportation. And before I start out, given some of the conversation we've been hearing about essential employees and everything else. I would really like to recognize these two groups. It's been quite a year for everybody. But you know, transportation is the first thing they see when they get on the bus in the morning. And the
Yes.
technology this year, you can imagine, with trying to help parents out and trying to help students and staff and everybody, it's been quite a year. So I would really like to publicly just recognize these groups for the outstanding, personally, I think the outstanding work that they've done in the very challenging situations. So the first slide I'm going to be sharing with you today is technology work order summary from the beginning of the school to current. And what I wanted to point out on this chart, two things. If you look at the total work orders that have been closed this year by the technology group, it works out somewhere between 4 and 5 work orders per technician daily. And if you look at industry standards nationally, that's pretty close to best in class. And if you think about it, somebody doing 5 pieces of work every day on average is pretty amazing. Now, some of these are shorter, some of these are longer, but it works out somewhere between 4 and 5 pieces of work or work orders per day. Also wanted to point out that the computers and the tablet category remains the highest. And this is what it is. This is student iPad repair. That still is quite a challenge for us and something that we're continuing to look at to see if we can get better. But that's the still, and it's been the highest category over the last few years, and it remains the highest category as far as classification of work that we're looking at in the technology group. So this is average days to close. And again, very good numbers. You normally like to see something in the 5 to 7 or 5 to 10 range on each category, which we're hitting that in most categories. And again, the computer and tablet category is at 24 days. But I did want to explain a little bit in this area. What is driving this area up is if we have a device that we deem is not repairable, we've held that device on purpose as part of what we're going to sell back at the end of the Apple lease. So the clock's still running. And in the current work order system that we have, in the new work order system we're putting in, we can suspend that ticket and the clock sort of turns off. In the system that we're currently in, until we get to the new system, we can't do that. So if you take those types of things out, then the 24 days gets closer to 10 to 12 days. So I just wanted to explain, when you see that, don't become overly alarmed. It's taking 24 days to fix every device. It's because of that holding on the older devices until we ship them off as part of the resale program. So hopefully that's understandable.
But they have a replacement device.
They do, yes, ma'am. This is just held until we gave them a replacement device. And it's just held because there's really no reason to do anything to it, because the repair would be too costly. And then what we'll do, that becomes part of the resale back to Apple. That makes sense?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so opportunity strategies, what we're trying to do. And again, the category that we're focusing on is device repair, but especially student iPad repair. And what we did with the new lease for 612 is we applied Apple Care to every device. And I want to be fully transparent here. That's not a solve-all. Apple Care is an insurance policy. And basically what we did was, when Apple Care years ago, it was not as robust as it is now. It's a much better program. You basically spend $49 a device. You can send it back 6 times over the life of that device, 2 times per year. I have an agreement with Apple that we can send it back 6 times in 1 year if we need to. So they're saying it's 6 times, but we'll work on the 2 times per year category. So basically what you're doing is you're buying an insurance. You may or may not use it on that device, but if you look at the cost of Apple Care against the cost of what we're spending now, it makes sense to do. The other thing that we're going to do, and we're going to put Apple Care on all the devices that we're going to purchase going forward. And that's not been the case in the past. We had to pay for repairs out of our local budget. The other thing that we're going to do, and we have a very good digital citizenship program that we do with our students, but we need to keep emphasizing that, to say, you know, you need to take care of this. This is quite a tool and something, quite a privilege that the district is providing. Not all school districts in North Carolina have the ability to do this for their kids. So, really take care of it. And we're going to give them pointers and tips and everything on how better to do that. It needs to be done at the teacher level, so we're going to work with teachers to make sure that's in place. Okay, this is the one chart. I always have one chart that I get excited about and nobody understands. So this is the one for today. This is a great example of the CARES funding that we received over the last year or so. We had CARES funding allocated to Craven County in the security area, the network security area. We went out and purchased a $7,800 box. I'm looking at Mr. Severa. I'm thinking that's right, $7,800. Mr. Severa is probably excited about this chart too, but he's the only owner. And what this device does is a Bandura threat intelligence device. You put it before your network, so it analyzes all the traffic trying to come into your network before it even gets to our network to say that's good stuff or that's not good stuff. And you can look at the numbers here. When you see 7.5 million, that's the number of transactions that this thing is looking at constantly. And then what it does, it has intelligence to say, this is okay, you can come in. No, this is not okay. We're going to block this. We're going to say, you need to look at this a different way. And it has algorithms within the device that we can set to say, no, you're blocking too much stuff. This is okay to come in, or you're not blocking enough. So we can constantly be tweaking this. There's tools in the device that do that automatically. So we're very excited about this. This is quite an improvement to our security, network security. It's something that will pay dividends going forward. And when you see fraudulent activity, the common thing for that is like phishing activity. Somebody's sending you a fish through your network, and this thing will say, no, you don't need to come in. So we're very excited about this, and we'll continue to improve on this and protect our network. Okay, shifting gears a little bit, transportation services. So as you know, we typically have an annual inspection by North Carolina Department of Instruction, and last year we didn't have it due to COVID. So I went back and I provided the results that we've had over the last years. In other categories, there's I think 12 to 14 other categories, but I wanted to provide some of those around preventative maintenance, inspection observations, and monthly inspections to show we're satisfactory in all those. And then the raw score of 71.5. And then just a reminder, the lower the score here is better. So I can personally, this is driving Dr. Hassel absolutely nuts, because what we do is, as you remember, our very competent mechanics inspect all our buses monthly. And then DPI comes out and they pull a pool of buses to inspect, and then they run for their inspections. And without a doubt, they always find something that they gig us for that we didn't see. So what we're thinking is you really should only be the timing of the inspection difference. So if we inspect them on the first of the month, they come the end of the month, it only should be that stuff that happened in the middle, if that makes sense. So what we did was, as part of our improvement, we partnered with the DPI organization, transportation organization, and they're sending us their inspectors. And their inspectors are going to spend time with our mechanics to make sure that we're looking at all the stuff that we need to be looking at, to make sure that we're not missing something that they expect us to look at. When you look at the infractions, most of them, I won't say they're trivial. They're stuff that we need to be looking at, but it's loose cushions in the seat, it's loose mirrors, it's stuff like that, loose hoses or something. It's nothing that puts any students in danger. It's more, I don't know if cosmetic's the right word, but it's almost more cosmetic, but we need to get that right. So we're working very closely with that team at DPI to do that. And the other thing that we've been able to do, we plan to do this coming year, we were down a few mechanics due to illness and other things last year. So our lead mechanic actually had to pitch in and do some of the day-to-day. Now that we're getting closer to being back to full staff, we're going to increase the number of random inspections by him to make sure that we're catching in everything that we need to catch. But I tell you, this group, again, has done an outstanding job, and I'm very thankful that they're with us. And I think, yes, that's all I had.
Any questions for Mr.
I'm
Lee?
happy to answer any questions.
I have a couple.
Okay.
So you said that we're paying for iPad repairs out of local money.
It's out of the lease.
It's out of the lease.
Oh, the current iPad repairs. Yes, it's paid out of local or state money.
So it's that, okay, and do you know how much we've spent on iPad repairs?
About 111,000 is the last check I had.
Correct, that's what I pulled up yesterday. That's a lot of money,
Yeah.
$111,000. So how
Yeah.
much is the Apple Care on the upcoming lease in comparative to how much we're paying now? And I thought originally when iPads were going to be rolled out, that our technicians were going to be repair experts and we were going to have to send very little outside.
Ms. Muse, I wasn't here when that was originally rolled out. I can speak to repair strategies in general.
Right.
At 111,000, if that were to hold, you're looking at least 2 employees full-time to cover that.
So
we would have to add 2 employees in technology to do a comparison, because that's the amount of money that we're spending. So that would be about 2 technicians. I'm not real sure 2 technicians could even keep up with the work.
So what's the turnaround time once we send an iPad out to the company to get it repaired and then it's sent back?
It's about 2 weeks.
About 2 weeks.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then the other question I have is for our technicians for the bus garage. Are we doing any type of partnering with Craven Community College through their automotive program to do like some apprenticeships and some internships to possibly recruit some of our own students to stay in our system?
No, that's a very good suggestion. I'll get with Dr. Hassel. I'm not aware of them doing that, but I would definitely get with her and check on that.
That's all I got.
Anybody else?
I'm going to be,
Thank
should
you,
I
Mr.
preempt Mr. Ipock?
Yes, sir.
You're going to ask me,
I'm sorry, I
right?
didn't
I'm
see
going to
that.
ask the question, so go ahead and answer.
You want me to preempt? I knew Mr. Ipock was probably going to ask me. Just a couple updates from the internet broadband project that we're doing for the western part of the county. The company, if you remember, is called Harvest Beam, and I'm in regular contact with them now. They're still waiting for the USDA community grant award. They have not heard negative, so my contact is saying if you haven't heard bad news, then that might end up being good. So they're still holding out hope. That will be her best guess now is sometime in May that they hope to find out whether they got the grant or not. And then once they know that, then that will drive the next level of work. They're hoping to be able to actually start some level of construction by, assuming a grant award, some level of construction by the middle of the year, with customers actually coming on board by the fourth quarter, which is still, I'm fingers crossed and praying that that's still the case, because this would be quite an opportunity and help out a lot of folks. So that's the update on Harvest Beam. And then the update on business modernization, which is our transition to a more modern HR and finance system and payroll system. Hot off the press this morning, if you remember when I presented last time, I said the only thing that worries me is the level of support from North Carolina Department of Instruction. They are slowing down. They're now saying that they probably will not be ready for any district to convert until the 1st of July, because they do not have resources for it. Because what we have to do, you can imagine, it's transactional between us and the state. So they have to be in a position to be able to do their work to support our work. We're not behind. So districts are doing everything to get right ready. So when DPI gives us the thumbs up, we'll be able to say, yes, we're ready to convert and then pull that work off. If they're able to stick to their schedule, Mr. Ipock, we're not going to see a tremendous amount of delay. We will see delay from the original schedule simply because they're not ready, but we'll still be able to probably finish our work hopefully sometime between second and third quarter and be fully converted on both Munis, which is the financial, and the HR and payroll system as well.
And this is for all our western end, the rural area,
Yes, ma'am.
Vanceboro,
Uh-huh.
Code City, Dover, Fort Vaughn, with all of us.
It is.
We cannot get, thank you.
And I'm pushing, Ms. Clark, it's not identified the east yet, but I'm pushing as hard as I can. They only identified the western part, and it sort of bumps up to Lenore County and some of that as well.
Uh-huh. It is.
But we're pushing to try to get some assistance in the east as well. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. We
You're welcome.
appreciate your report.
Uh-huh.
Ms. Michelle Lee.
Well, I'm excited to wrap this organizational review up for us today.
We are excited for you to do that.
I did want to say that this is our third organizational review, and in using our continuous improvement model, we have really worked hard to get better at this every single time and to make sure that our information is concise and clear so that you can get a good representation of what the district is like at this point. So I'm going to talk about systems and operations as well, but I really want to talk about the superintendent's cabinet demonstrating or exceeding proficiency in the use of a systems approach to continuous improvement. This is a chart that you all are very familiar with, and each time I present it to you, I update it. So currently, we have 575 teachers who have been trained in the first training of continuous improvement. All of our schools that were trained prior to March 1st have had a calibration visit with Ms. Wheeler, myself, and the learning systems coaches. So that's happening at the classroom level. At the school level, we have 21 schools that have at least one trained cohort. 14 schools are 100% trained. And by the end of June, 100% of our schools will have at least one trained cohort. You all know at the district level, you have been participating in board level training. The cabinet level, we are getting coaching monthly, and the division and the department coaching has started. Every department has had one visit and will have one additional visit before the end of this school year. So continuous classroom improvement is the first training in the continuous improvement model. It really is all about teaching kids how to learn how to learn. And I highlight that because we have got to work on making sure our kids can develop their own learning systems. I think this year more than ever before, we saw what happened when kids were left on their own to try to figure it out. Frequently, we see it when kids go to college. They don't know how to pace themselves. They don't know what their learning system is. This year, because of the pandemic, kids as early as kindergarten and pre-K were having to figure this out, and it was really tough. So the earlier we can get kids to understand what strategies help their learning and help them become better learners, the better they'll be in the long run. What you see here is the schools in the top chart have at least one trained cohort. The June trainings that are coming up, we have Ben Quinn, Creekside, Brinson Memorial, and Havelock Elk. Those schools will be trained the 14th and the 16th of June. And then the schools that will need additional cohorts trained after school starts are Brinson, Havelock Elk, and Newbern High School because of the size. And I just want to take a few minutes to talk a little bit about implementation across the district. So we can train every single teacher in Craven County schools, but we are trying to make sure that in addition to their training, they're going to get some coaching. Because if you think back to the first organizational review, I talked about how training by itself is not enough. So the training is not adding anything to our teachers' plate. We hear a lot about we're putting too much on the teacher's plate. But those first 8 steps are things that great teachers are just expected to do. It's important that they know what their standards are. They communicate them to their students. They write lesson plans. They select activities that have high yield and high research strategies that are the best activities for their kids. They assess them, and then they figure out what worked and what didn't work, and they try again. So the real difference in using this model is that all along the way, we're going to stop and say, how's that doing for you? How's it working for you, kids? Did this strategy help you? Did anything that we did today make it easier for you to remember or learn? It really is increasing the level of student engagement in the learning system in the classroom. As a result of the training and of the coaching, students are more engaged in learning because the teachers are providing more voice and choice in how learning happens in the classroom. So kids are having the opportunity to think, well, I've used this strategy before and I know it works for me. And the more they are introduced to that and given the opportunity to have voice and choice, the better they're going to get at identifying which ones are successful for them. There's an intentional focus on teaching students to learn how learning occurs and how they learn best. It's always easier to attack anything unknown when you have some idea of what's going to work and what's not going to work. Teachers are reporting excitement when students see themselves in the learning data and teachers using their feedback. And I have to share, week before last, I think, we visited Vancebrook Online. We were doing some coaching strategies and we went into a first year teacher classroom and she is absolutely an amazing educator. And she was sharing her wall and how she's done everything she's done. And she was showing her data and how over the course of the cycles, her kids have gotten progressively better and better to 100% of her kids were proficient. And so we were congratulating her and everything. And we walked out to talk about it. And the kids, because kids weren't in there, they were in PE or somewhere. The kids came back in and Dr. Doyle popped back in to tell them how they made their teacher look so good today. And the little guy said, did you see my data? I'm in that data. Did you see our data? So those are the kinds of things that really make teachers say, oh yeah, this is getting my kids engaged in their own learning and getting and taking some ownership. In order to prepare students to provide feedback to teachers on the effectiveness of learning strategies, the students must be intentionally and clearly made aware of how learning occurs in the classroom. And we know that it's difficult to engage students in conversations about something when they don't understand or they don't get a chance to practice talking about their learning. Across the district, it's really exciting for us to see the increased level of student engagement and the dialogue about learning in classrooms. I wanted to share one additional little story. We were at Bangert a couple weeks ago, and we were in a 5th grade classroom, and the teacher was talking about, she had, those little fortune teller things, little piece of papers they fold up and kids do this, I'm talking about, little like this. She had done this great activity with her kids. She loved the activity. It was to teach them science vocabulary. When she did their plus delta and their feedback and what worked for your learning and what didn't, little kids said, that was a lot of fun, but it really didn't help me with my vocabulary words. Flashcards work better. So that tells us that kids are now starting to recognize the difference between effectively helping me with my learning and something I just like to do. So those are just some instances I wanted to share with you. Those are firsthand accounts that are happening in Craven County schools right now, and it's very exciting.
And this also goes back to voice and choice.
Voice and choice, yes, ma'am. And then, and not only, you know, we've let kids tell us things that we didn't always do anything with it, right? So kids are really seeing that, the teachers taking their input and they're using it to improve their learning cycles for themselves. So teachers who are ready are going to be invited to the next level training opportunity over the summer. The next level training focused on teaching kids how they learn best and then identifies the individual student's personal learning system. So over the summer, we will be providing that kind of training. We anticipate training about 65 or 70 kids, 70 teachers, I'm sorry, in that new training. And then certainly making sure we have some catch-up CCI training. So if anyone was quarantined during the training, or we have some stragglers out there that we need to pick up. I'm excited about what we're seeing in our schools. I believe that our teachers are excited, and we are moving in the right direction. I'm done. So if you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer.
Any questions or comments about Ms. Lee ending up our meeting for today? I would like to thank all of the presenters for such a wonderful job done today, and it is evident that you all have spent a lot of time in doing this. You have made a lot of things clearer for all of us, and I'm sure that the parents and our other stakeholders who have listened in today have also learned a lot about what's going on. I think that we are all feeling really good about the things that we see are going to happen in the future for our students, because it is all about our children. And I'm very excited about it, and we're just looking forward to next year to see these things being put in place, the suggestions that have gone out today. And all of them are to make things better for our children. And so we appreciate all of that. And all I can say, just keep up the good work. Anybody have any more comments? Okay, having none, I would ask Dr. Doyle if she would please do us our plus step.
What worked for the board today in furtherance of its mission?
Ms. Kim, you had some.
I don't. I think it's a phenomenal amount of work put in with Dr. Doyle started us off with, because we forget sometimes how far we've come since 2017 when we had that accreditation. So to see all of the systems and processes put in place that we had once that had gone away, that's a lot of work in a short amount of time. So I appreciate that. I also appreciated very much, I did notice the alignment of the cabinet. I did notice also the absolutely great modeling of professionalism and working together, which is what I would hope. I would hope every principal who tuned in today saw that, and that's how I would want a cabinet and an instructional leadership team at a school to operate. You guys were very supportive of each other's work, and that was good to see.
Anyone else?
I guess I'm just agreeing with what Kim said, that the flow was very good. It was easy to see the path from and connectedness from the work of one personal group and the next, and how it's also very interrelated. And I was really excited to hear a report out on anticipated questions about networks and the computer system when it comes. And also the report out on the excitement of the kids as they're being engaged and involved in helping us understand how they individually learn this.
Thought the information was clear and concise. Good job.
Ms. King, did you have something? Okay. I do like the fact that everybody participated. I like the fact that it was evident that the board members did take time
to look through the information before we got here. I like the fact that good questions were asked by the board members. And I also like the fact that the presenters were able to answer the questions. And if they were not able, they did say that they would send us the information. They would find the answers. And so I like that. And I think we all reacted as allies. I think that we all work together as a team. Those are my comments.
Anything else?
Ms. Wheeler was here with us today. We appreciate her being here.
Anything that could have been better?
I'll be the one to say it was horrible to not have a quorum to start the meeting because we had principals tuned in and people waiting. And so that's something we want to work on.
Anything else? Could have been better if. All right, let me make sure I captured everything. A tremendous amount of work has occurred since the 2017 accreditation review, alignment of the cabinet work, modeling of professionalism and working together. Flow was very good. It was easy to see the path and the connection between the work and the people. Appreciate the update on the Harvest Beam work and business modernization. Clear and concise data. Everyone participated. Evident that board members took the time to look through the information before we got here. Questions asked by board members and presenters able to answer the questions of the board members, or so they would find the answers and report back. We listened as allies, worked together as a team. Ms. Wheeler was here with us today. Mr. Ipott, do you have something to add? Okay, I thought I heard something. And then what could have been better, did not have a quorum to start the meeting, didn't start on time. That's all I have, Chairman.
Thank you. Do we have any more questions? If not, at this time, I would entertain a motion from the board that we adjourn the April 28, 2021 special call meeting.
Second.
It has been moved and second that this meeting be adjourned. All those in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, the same? And if you do oppose, you are free to stay here, but we are going to be here. Thank you. I don't want the board member to leave before.
Okay, thank
We
you.
get this package that I have for you.